It's a big day for biathlon at these Paralympic Winter Games. 6 events on the schedule, 6 gold medals to be decided, all over the middle distance of 10 kilometres for both the women and the men. Welcome to Zhangjiakou. Wonderful to have you with us for Beijing 2022. The sitting, standing and vision impaired classes will be featured, and it will be athletes from Ukraine, China and the United States who have the pre-race favouritism. Recent form suggesting more success for those countries, but these 6 races also represent chances for other competitors to force their way into the reckoning. There is the order of events for today. The seeded event for the women will head the schedule, and we'll soon see if a little more distance makes a difference to this quality field. That and the fact that they are shooting 20 rounds, not 10. Success in the range will be absolutely pivotal.
Yeah, so we're going to look at the sitting races to begin with. Women's middle distance sitting category, and as ever, it'll be Masters and Gretsch battling out at the top, but well, the ace in the pack really has been the performance of the host nation athletes. Shan with a medal in the sprint event on day 1 of biathlon here. The temperature has been steadily rising, hasn't it, through the course of these Winter Paralympic Games. 4 degrees above up in the mountains at Zhangjiakou. There is enough snow, I'm happy to report, for racing, and we look forward to the first of our 6 races of the day, and it's going to be an action-packed day for sure.
11 competitors lining up. We've got 4 from China, 3 from the United States, 1 each Canada, Germany, Poland and Ukraine. Lelettina there, the 19-year-old, and 18-year-old Derdelin from the United States. China, as mentioned, have featured very strongly, having before these games not won a medal in biathlon or cross-country, but they're right up there with Ukraine in the medal standings at this venue. But we look to the bottom there and look at Masters and Gretsch and see that they should again feature today. 3 of the top 4 in the sprint shot 100%. We keep emphasising how important it is to do well with the rifle in hand. Such a warm day. Now there is some breeze. It fluctuates in strength and direction. But those flags tell you it is a presence today, and as they settle into the range, it's where it's most important to adjust. They have some time to zero the rifles before competition, and some of that can go out the door if the wind changes. But there's Gretsch, who's had a good game so far, but she'll be sweating on a top spot on the podium. She'd love that to come today.
Yeah, she is the world champion from just 8 weeks ago in Lillehammer, the Paris Snow Sport World Champs. Were organised in January, delayed for a year, and Gretsch was excellent in the shooting range there, actually. That's how she had the edge on Oksana Masters, who missed 7 targets at Masters, but still finished on the podium. And there she is with 12 Paralympic medals now in the Winter Games, and of course on the podium already twice here at Zhangjiakou.
She cuts an imposing physical presence, does Oksana Masters. A very athletic build and loves to compete. Was surprised really by her sprint victory. Anja Wicker, a veteran around these events. Some hope for Germany through her. 5th in the sprint. Won this event in Sochi.
Yeah, talking of surprises, it was Wicker in the shooting range. Had a really bad day in the sprint where she was the world champion. Now then, Shan, split Masters and Gretsch on the podium in the sprint. A superb silver for China. So, first race of the day, second day of para-biathlon here at the 2022 Beijing, the Paralympic Winter Games. First to go is Xu of China, Xu Beibei, 33 years of age. It's her second appearance at the Paralympic Winter Games. She Goes down the order, I'm afraid. 8th place in the sprint event. Goes off first here.
Monika Kukla, 25-year-old from Poland, from Krakow. Well, that's where she was born, at least. 11th in the sprint. Didn't finish at the 21 World Championships. Likes to listen to Italian music before competition. Says that relaxes her. So a person of eclectic taste, perhaps. Paracycling and rowing also on the resume for her.
One of the rookies of the United States delegation here, Lera Durdalai. It's in San Diego, California. 18 years of age, and she is underway. Finished 9th in the sprint. There's 2 targets, all told. One in the first, one in the second. She'll be hoping for an improvement here in the middle distance event.
Fairly gentle, measured push to get her away. And she'll be followed out by another late teenager in Anastasia Laletina of Ukraine. China, Canada, Germany and the USA. Here is Wang. He's 22 years of age. 4th in the sprint. Now we've just had news that Laletina did not line up for the start, and that's why we did not see her get away. So that's unfortunate for the Ukrainian, but not the first to fail to make it to the start line. But Wang is off at a good pace. So the snow is softening. It's a little bit harder to make progress through it. He's picked in that.
Yeah, 24 hours on from a spectacular day for the Canadian Para Snow Sports squad here at Beijing 2022. Christina Picton gets out of the start gate, the 28-year-old from Canmore in Alberta. She was 7th in the sprint event. Needs to pick up the speed. She had an excellent performance on the range. She shot clear.
Jai Yushin, 21-year-old from Handan, to the southwest of Beijing, was 6th in the sprint. Enjoys a bit of badminton and cooking. Let's see what she can serve up today.
So, Sean. Fabulous performance on the first day. Up in the mountains here at Zhangjiakou, Shan Yilin. There's a spectacular silver medal. And it really set the tone for what's been a fantastic championship so far here for the host nation, China. 11 medals all in the para-biathlon and cross-country so far.
The familiar face of Anja Wicker. If you've been watching Paralympic Winter Games over the years, you'll have enjoyed her performances. The German, 30 years of age now. Away she goes, 5th in the sprint, 8th in Pyeongchang, 2nd at the 2017 World Championships, and has a sports management degree.
So down to the last 2 to set off racing. Oksana Masters, the legend, now with 12 Paralympic medals. Going for another 5, by the way, after this event is done and dusted. 2 races so far, 2 medals, 9 in Winter Paralympic Games, 3 medals in rowing and cycling at Summer Paralympics. She is a legend, and what a challenge between her and Gretsch.
Gretsch really regards Masters as her mentor. Does that make her the Masters apprentice? Perhaps so. But from Colorado Springs, bronze in the sprint, and she's a gold medalist in triathlon in Tokyo just barely 6 months ago. So what a pair of athletes we have here in Masters and Gretsch. Gretsch will need to be absolutely on top of a form to topple Masters today. A story likely to be told in the range.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how the two Americans shoot. Gretsch was absolutely brilliant, unerring, if you will, in that World Champs final in Lillehammer 8 weeks ago. She shot clear. Each of those 4 visits to the range and those 7 misses for Oksana Masters really cost her dear. She was still able to get on the podium, but all our racers are away here in the women's middle distance race.
Wang getting some enthusiastic instruction early on in the event. I think this is the kind of day and the kind of conditions where, you know, the positive messages going to the athletes are going to be crucial. It's going to be hard going by the end. This snow is slow as Picton makes her way up this gentle incline. The maximum climb for the seated athletes is 7 meters today. Total climbing distance around the 2 kilometre lap is 44 meters. Slightly steeper ascents for the standing classes coming a little later.
Zhai there wearing bib number 7, so 3 Chinese racers here in this middle distance event. Zhai, Wang and Shan, and we have our first visitor to the shooting range. It was the first athlete to get out of the gate, Chu Bei.
Yeah, somewhere behind all that face covering is Chu, the 33-year-old. 100-metre penalty loops for missed shots. Well, did wise to get reset for that 4th shot. There's really a double penalty for a miss. It's not just the 100 metres, it's the effort and the time it takes. So if you can get the 5 from 5 and take a few extra seconds making sure of that, that's time well spent, as we said before. Now, the left-hander, Kukla.
Yeah, she had an absolute nightmare on her first visit to the range in the sprint event. 4 misses. As she improved her marksmanship here.
Couple of 100 metres she didn't want to know about, but has to complete now.
Busy in the range now. It's Wang missing her first attempt. Missing on the second shot rather there, Wang. Well, she was clean. Both visits to the range in the sprint event, has 1 penalty loop to negotiate straight off. As we see Zhai coming into the range, and then Picton gets the rifle into the shoulder.
Two breaths between shots, 1 miss at the end, unfortunately, for Picton of Canada, 28-year-old. Jai, a picture of calm concentration, looks very confident and cool, gets it done.
Yeah, if you shoot clean, you have a fighting chance. Jai up and away. Now, Shan, 4 from 4. Can she go clear on the first visit to the range? Yes, she can. Excellent shooting from Shan. Up and away. No penalty loop required. So Wang with that miss, but Shan shooting clear. Jai too.
Masters. Two fairly shallow breaths between shots. And one of the favourites is on her way. Gretsch just arriving.
And Vicker now. 2 shots missed in the first visit to the range in the sprint event. Not the start she wanted here either. Well, good correction in the circumstances after missing that first shot. It's still a penalty loop, but Anja Vicker leaves the first shooting range with a miss.
Gretsch has had 1 miss according to our screens, so that's a little bit of a setback for the American. Masters clear though, others to shoot clear. Chu, Shan, Jai, Döderlein.
So there they go into that penalty loop section, which takes them out of the race for however long it takes them to complete that penalty circuit. And then it's back in. It's this extra variable we have in the biathlon events, the combination of the endurance and speed of the cross country, and then the ability to just lower that pulse rate and get your eye in on the shooting range. And of course, in this middle distance event, unlike the sprint, there are 2 extra visits. There are 4 visits to the range. So, okay, if it doesn't go as planned in the first visit, there is an opportunity to catch up later. But indeed, you mentioned it, that's a blow early on here for Kendall Gretsch.
So Masters, the early leader, but we're looking now at Chu, who was first away in this women's middle distance event.
Yeah, we've had the sprint. That was the racing that we saw on the first day of competition here at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre. We've got the individual races to come. Today, all about the middle distance racing for the men and the women across our 3 different categories, the sitting, the standing and the vision impaired to come a little bit later. So Kukla was second away. A difficult first visit to the shooting range with those 2 misses, so that's held her back a bit. Döderlein, well, she was clear on the first visit. Viv 7, Jai clear, and has made a really strong start to this race.
Most of the athletes with a 100% factored time, but we've got Vicker at 87% and Gretsch 96%. That is varying according to their impairment. And into the range again comes Chu after shooting clear the first time. Can she keep it up? The deeper into the race they get, the greater the oxygen debt and the more breaths possibly needed to be taken to Let's get settled and drop that heart rate a little. And the third and fourth stops at the range is where we might see more mistakes as the body comes under greater stress. But a fine job done there by Chu. She's 10 out of 10, giving herself a chance as Masters in that deep crouch that she adopts in the downhill sections. Got it going along nicely. Going to have some fierce competition today, though. Chu, Chan, Wang, possibly Gretsch if she doesn't miss another target. Those flags fairly still. Up and down the breeze today. Photographers gathered around the course, sending pictures of this great event around the world. And here's Masters.
Yeah, plenty of lenses trained on Oksana Masters, as we know. Yeah, formidable career. Likewise, Kendall Gretsch, and it's the multi-skilled nature of these athletes who can do it in the Summer Paralympic Games and indeed transfer the skill sets to the winter events. So now it's Wang at the range, her second visit.
Did miss the one at the first stop. No, she's really applied the handbrake to her chances here with a couple of misses.
Yeah, not far off the podium in the sprint, but an awful lot to make up here. Now, Wang, a poor visit to the range there. The second of 4 visits. It's very busy at the shooting range at the moment as these athletes try to continue to shoot clear to remain in contention. So, Durdeline, faultless so far.
Oh, well done. 10 out of 10 for Durdeline, the 18-year-old, the junior in the field.
This competitor, anything but a junior. She's the grande dame, really, of this event. Oksana Masters, para-biathlon, 12 Paralympic medals all told, thanks to the 2 already secured.
Well, we were watching Durdeline shoot there. While that was happening, Masters popped in and popped out with another perfect shoot. Vika. Sports management. Well, she knows a fair bit about sport with her career across multiple Paralympic Winter Games. So she's got a lot to offer. Gretsch now, really for her chances, this must be 5 from 5.
Take that, says Kendall Gretsch. Wow.
Yeah, a few seconds saved as well in the rapid nature of that shoot for Gretsch. That'll fire her up.
Super visit.
Great job done by our course officials here to keep on top of who's coming into the range, which rifle needs to be brought forward. So it's presented here for Vika. Of course, unlike the Olympics, the athletes do not ski the course with the rifle on their back. It's kept in the range for them, and here goes Vika.
It's another miss, isn't it? Another penalty loop required of Anja Vika. the 2014 gold medalist in this event.
Yes, if you're shooting at 80% and others at 100, that's a significant difference, almost impossible to make up on these short 2 kilometre laps. And Vicker will have to make another visit to the loop. 100 metres for the sitting category and 150 for the standing athletes.
So that's everyone who's come into the range for a second time, and it's Chu still leading the field with Masters in behind, and Kendall Gretsch, Chu and Oksana Masters have shot clean. Zhai Yuxin as well, and Lyra Durderline a little bit further back. So plenty have missed. Vicker completes the penalty lap back into the race, but an awful lot to do. Now Vicker, who was at top of the podium in the recent World Champs in the sprint event, but it hasn't happened for her so far here at these Paralympic Winter Games in Beijing.
Masters just about to move up on the shoulder of Zhai Yuxin. And muscles past up this nasty little rise. She's trucking along very nicely, if that margin is correct, and she hops into the middle. The preferred way of going at this point of the course. And a very efficient turner, isn't she, as is Zhai.
Smooth as you like, in and out of the corners, Oksana Masters. Effortless, the technique that she displays. So Chu, now then, she's not missed a shot yet and has to remain clean, really, to hold off Masters. And indeed, Kendall Gretsch. A masterclass in controlled breathing there, and indeed marksmanship from Chu Bei, really taking it to the Americans here, Masters and Gretsch. So that's the gauntlet thrown down.
Yeah, it's one of those moments in sport that we treasure, where all you have to do is sort of listen and watch. Listen to the breathing, watch the result, and it's a good result for Chu. It's 15 out of 15 Masters. You know, the snow conditions have changed just in the matter of 48, 72 hours. It's softening. There's no residual snow around the hills of Zhangjiakou, as you've seen on our wider shots. We're able to keep the course covered, but the actual nature of the snow, as it endures these warmer temperatures, not much that course officials can do about that. Just keep packing it down and grooming it as best they can. But we're into spring, and really the temperature's quite warm, 4 degrees when they started the race, and we're just a few minutes away from the start of the men's seated event as well, over 10 Ks. So they'll slightly overlap, we expect.
Masters, her third visit to the shooting range. Clean as a whistle. May all come down to the last visit and those last 5 shots. So Chu, no misses from 15. Masters, no misses from 15. What can Kendall Gretsch do? Terrific shooting from our top 2 racers here.
Vicker pushing in hard. And a couple of misses. Quick swivel on that sharp hairpin bend. Much better from Wang. It had been indifferent up to that point. An improvement on the third stop.
They're currently in 7th place, Wang. Gretsch with that one miss from her first visit to the range. Faultless ever since. So Kendall Gretsch up and away. Another good visit, more clean shooting. And Gretsch still very much at the races here.
Yeah, she's just picks up valuable seconds here and there with the speed of her 5 shots. Shan does a fine job. Missed a couple in the second stop, all good in the third. And quite a bit of traffic around the range, entry and exit. First miss for Dirdeline. A little bit of a grimace as she gets back to the upright position. A disappointment there.
Kukla. 4 misses so far.
Just a little bit of a breeze disturbing her hair and a racing bib. And you can see the red telltale flags in front of her at the range. Athletes, as they come in, certainly have a quick look at that to see the direction and just how strong the breeze might be. Not telescopic sights on these rifles. Vika moves in and gets set once more. Miss at each of the first 2 stops for the German. Another one. Looked to be going so well. At least, you know, think of, say, Kukla, who's had a few difficulties at the range. At least that's something you can work on. But I think Vika, at the stage of her career, would hope to be shooting a little better than what she is, having missed 3. So we're getting set for the men's event now. I'll bring you up to date with the women's, of course. There's the field. We've got 19 starters.
Yep, so this will be overlapping the women's race, and Liu Mengtao, 1 and 3 for China in the sprint event. Taras Rad goes off last here for Ukraine. He won the silver medal. The 2 Ukrainians to go off last, actually, in Kravchuk and Rad, with Aaron Pike, who hope to be in there as well for the United States. So this will be a fascinating race too. We've got a couple of Brits in there, and Knossen as well for the USA, just off the podium, the 41-year-old. Asaltsev to go first for Kazakhstan, 47 years young. Asaltsev, he was decent with the rifle in the sprint event, didn't miss a shot, but his time was well down Fabulous athlete, but of course the years are working against him now. Assault serve, it's his second Paralympic Winter Games. He was at 20th in this event 4 years ago.
Won Yumin of Korea, interesting backstory. Born in Seoul, moved to Canada, played wheelchair basketball for Canada, came back to Korea. And here he goes, top 10 in the sprint World Championships 2019. Nice easy action, gets him away.
Yeah, going to be very busy out on the track with these two races happening side by side. Xu Yunfeng next to go, a 25-year-old from Pingshan in China, who's 18th in the sprint event. 7 misses at the shooting range, so the marksmanship is the element here that he needs to improve upon. We know that the Chinese have been really strong. 33 para-Nordic athletes competing in the cross-country and the biathlon here at Zhangjiakou at their home, the Beijing Winter Olympic Games.
Just catching up with, you can see that in the distance here, that's Masters in the range. And Gretsch perhaps with the lead at that shooting stage, so Masters has got some serious pushing to do. And she's gone through clean, so that's 20 out of 20. She'll be delighted with what she's achieved with the rifle.
Well,
now she's got to push for all she's worth.
Absolutely, and Chu much the same. So it's all about Kendall Gretsch really at this last visit to the range. If she can go clear, then she has this race, surely. Masters has moved up into top spot, but then again, Kendall Gretsch has to shoot again. Gretsch. Fascinating end to this one shaping up, really.
Yeah, and Gretsch with a 96% time factoring. Jai, just the one miss so far. Oh, that will hurt.
Well, a miss there, and that scuppered Jai's chances of, albeit an outside shot at the podium there. So it's looking very, very good for Masters and Chu.
Gretsch has gone clear there. That one miss came in the first stop, so she's then shot 15 straight. So Gretsch in a great position for top 3 finish, possibly second or first. We'll see what Masters does around that final lap. Masters will cross the line ahead of Gretsch, but it's about that factoring. Got it. Well done, Shan.
Yeah, just those 2 misses at the second visit to the range that has well, not done any good at all to her prospects of another medal. Silver in the sprint event, Shan, where she was dead clean at the range.
This was Masters earlier. Masters and Chu, the only 2 at all 4 stops to go 5 out of 5. Pressure's on. A perfect shoot. It's just such a boost. Not only for the time, but the confidence. And Masters will really attack the last couple of Ks. Seeking a second gold medal. A winner in the sprint.
So looking very good for Gretchen Masters. Straight shootout by the looks of things.
Now the course being shared with the men. And Masters coming towards the finish of her race now.
And she and Xu Beibei are at 100%, so their times are the actual times that we look at. Gretchen at 96%. So she has that that factored time calculated into her final finishing number.
Masters reduces herself to almost nothing, doesn't she, in those downhill sections as she gets deep into the best possible aerodynamic position she can find.
Real speed as well on the downhill. Yeah.
With that greater trunk function, she's able to achieve that. Gretsch. One miss early on. Pushing for all she's worth.
Yeah, Kendall Gretsch, remember, the world champion at this distance in this event in Lillehammer. So she has the form and she has the nous and she has the marksmanship skills in Lillehammer. The one miss here, not that it's hurting her too much, unlike Anja Vicker, whose aim has been off again here, as was the case in the sprint event 48 hours ago.
Just a 3 out of 5, so another couple of 100 metres spent around the loop for Anja Vicker, unfortunately. First of the men serve, also leaving the range to Vicker's right, to our left. And here is Masters. Just cresting that rise into a home straight. Is it to be another victory for Masters? Xu not far behind. This is going to be the time to beat. Masters pushing and pushing. Just throwing herself at the last few metres, and Masters in 33.21 even. It'll be good, but is it good enough? I'll wave to the support team and to the generous fans here who've cheered her on. And Xu comes in 4:54 behind. That's a tribute to the wonderful skiing and pushing of Masters, that she's got that kind of a gap over Xu, who also did a fantastic job at the range.
Now it's all about Kendall Gretsch. She has the gold medal in the palm of her hand. Can she do it?
33.21 to beat.
Well, the other racer there is Wang. There's some way back. Gretsch pushing past. 2 more medals for the United States guaranteed here, but who will win which colour?
Oh, this is going to be tight. She's got 25 seconds to get there. Gretsch will be aware. Just got to throw everything at it. 15 seconds. Gretsch or Masters. Gretsch or Masters, and it's going to be Gretsch by 8.7 seconds. Just a flicker of a smile there amidst the exhaustion for the American.
What a push to the line for Kendall Gretsch, and a terrific recovery after missing a shot during the first visit to the shooting range. Masters went clear, but Gretsch was just quicker.
Looked to have a slightly better pace about her today in this race than in the sprint. And Jai into third place at this stage, the 37.20. Gretchen Masters significantly too good for the field, at least those that finished so far. China third and fourth, and sitting provisionally in fifth as well with Shan.
Yeah, this is Shan to come over the line. So 37.17. Oh, she's got there. 4 minutes behind, just over, but it's enough to sneak onto the podium. So Shan behind Gretsch and Masters.
Gretsch and Masters will enjoy the look of that big screen and the result of a 1-2 for the US. Gretchen Masters, long-time rivals. Gretsch, big fan of what Masters has done in the sport. Early standings for the men.
Yep. So the middle distance men's race happening out on the circuit as well. So Pavlo Bal of Ukraine made a really good start. We've got Aleksik and Kravchuk and Rad also in there for the Ukrainians. Aaron Pike down in 10th place. So Rad, Taras Rad, silver medalist in the sprint event, one of the big favourites here. And we know that the Chinese are going to be strong too. So that is our leader at present, the 35-year-old Pavlo Bal.
He's just done a penalty loop though, and that will impinge on his chances somewhat. It's coming up 11:15 in the morning local time. Beautiful sunshine, softening snow, 4-5 degrees above zero.
And as ever, it will come down to who has the eye in the shooting range. So it's Fly coming in, we can see there, and then bib 36, that's Liu Zishu of China. Liu Mengtao.
That's the two Liu competitors from China, first and third in the sprint. Liu Zishu, the winner. Liu Mengtao, the bronze.
It's a miss. Penalty loop required.
There is Taras Rad, silver medalist from the sprint, pursued by Kravchuk, 38.
Yeah, Taras Rad already announced himself in Pyeongchang 4 years ago. A prodigy in this sport, Taras Rad. Pair of fourth places, but he won this event, so the defending champion knows what to do. He got it down at the age of 18 in Pyeongchang, 4 years older, 4 years wiser, and here he is into the range. Kravchuk follows him.
There's two of the Ukrainian hopefuls going last and second last away from the gate. Rock steady. There's barely a movement. It's supreme control.
Yeah, brilliant that from Rad. Missed the single shot, the first visit to the range in the sprint, but so far so good in this middle distance event.
Just moving there past Zhu Feng, who's got to do a penalty loop or two. Still a bit of movement on the flags, the red ones to the right in the range, and the national flags in the background there, making a colourful backdrop. They're more than just something to look at for the competitors. It's quite meaningful for them to confirm the direction of the breeze and the strength. Kamatov, 24-year-old Kazakhstan.
He was 16th in the sprint event. 7 misses, all told, up and out of the range, and trying to overcompensate there. Real power through those ski poles. Back in the race.
Five-year-old Wang Tao. 2 misses at the first stop. Corrects well.
So 7 have completed their second visit to the shooting range. We've got Liu Mengtao and Zapatinsky in there. Scott Mina coming in for Great Britain and Alexander Alexic.
So some good pace generated in this downhill section. A bit of a reprieve. And they make the most of it.
And 29 coming into the range. That's it's Alexic actually exiting, and bib 32 there. Liu Mengtao, medalist in the sprint, got the bronze, but another miss. So that's 1 miss in the first, 1 miss in the second visit. And bib 36, Liu Zhishu.
Already 1 gold medal to take home. The men skiing in this sitting category, the same course as the women. It has a total climb per lap of 44 metres. It's just under 2 kilometres long at 1,982 metres. Now Knosson. Rare miss for 41-year-old.
Yeah, it's not quite happened for him, has it, here in Beijing? Had a terrific Pyeongchang Games with 5 medals, including a gold, but just outside the medal positions in the sprint event here. 1 minute down on Liu's time, with a 4th place for Knosson. Difficult for him to make up the gap now. Talking of Liu Mengtao and Liu, the gold medal winner. 1 miss in the first visit to the range. 5 from 5 here, though. Excellent recovery.
Shizhu is away. So we should call them Shizhu and Mengtao for the sake of clarity. But anyway, Liu Shizhu. Just the 1 miss won't completely ruin his chances, providing he can go clear on the next 2 stops. Indeed, he's still in contention, but some 20 seconds down on Taras Rad. Yarovyi not going so well. Shin of Korea has missed too many. Shin actually missed 4 out of 5. Rad now.
Oof.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, it's gone wrong for Taras Rad for those 2 misses and the second visit to the range. That's really going to hurt his chances.
2 loops, 200 metres to ski, unfortunately for Taras Rad. That invites a few back into the contest. Yu Mengtao. He's way up this hill. And behind him, Scott Nina of Great Britain.
Yeah, that's Mengtao just leading that body weight into the corner. And then on the downward.
Just wanting the skis to run now as fast as the wax and the surface will allow. Pulling in a bit of extra oxygen at this higher altitude, that's really a feature of the racing here, an extra test offered by Zhangjiakou complex.
So 2 Ukrainians. Rad just moved out of shot. That's 27, the Canadian Zaplatinsky. 22, Yu Mengtao, the 20-year-old, provisional race leader by just over a minute. Despite those 2 misses, 1 at each of the first 2 shooting stops. 23, bottom of your picture there, back in the race shoe, Yun Feng. And then 38 is Vasil Kravchuk, who's just had another miss on his second visit. That makes it 3 all told. Hotly fancied coming into this. Kravchuk alongside Rad, the strongly tipped Ukrainians.
Unfortunately, another one of the Ukrainians in Maxim Yarovyi has withdrawn now. You can see a brief shot of him earlier, looking a bit lost and not racing anymore. Well, we now can confirm that he's withdrawn. Yarovyi, he missed 7 shots at his first 2 stops, and that is that as far as Yarovyi is concerned in this one. Yu Mengtao. Needs to be efficient here. A couple of misses so far at the first 2 stops. Goodness, that's quick.
Lightning.
That's the way
from Yu Mengtao. He wants another medal.
That's the way to get it done.
Yeah.
Well, you immediately make up seconds on the field with a shoot like that. 5 from 5 and barely a second between shots. Anyone would be proud of that effort.
So the race order at the top of the field here. Shifting around, Yu Mengtao above Wang Tao, Zhu Yunfeng, and pushing Sergei Asaltsev down into 4th place. So again, China really going for it.
Pavlo Bal now into the range. He's 9 out of 10 so far.
Nicely done. Bal lifts himself into contention. The 35-year-old Ukrainian.
Interesting decorative work on the rifle as well. It's a smart-looking thing. Liu Zishu. Looks like he's just hurting a little bit, but just getting himself settled. And down. Taking in a couple of slower, longer breaths. Get set for this important shoot.
Recovery there after the miss of the third shot.
18:49 the exit time of his compatriot though, and he's got to do the 100 metres. Unfortunately for Liu Zishu.
So China 1 and 2. Taras Rad giving himself a fighting chance here. Zishu completing his penalty lap.
Doesn't take them long. But it's valuable seconds. Chased out of there by Daniel Knosson.
Yeah, Knosson, who had that fabulous Winter Paralympic Games in Pyeongchang 4 years ago. Another highly regarded member of the US, the Para-Nordic squad here. Talking about highly regarded athletes, it's Martin Fleig there after 2 misses and his first visit to the range. He's gone clear since. Another very experienced athlete who's at his 3rd Winter Paralympic Games. Multiple world champion as well in the cross country as well as biathlon.
Now Shin, who has that real setback at the first stop with 4 misses. The breeze maybe has just backed off a little. Not a lot of movement on the telltales in the range. Anja Vicker earlier and crossing the line in the women's race.
Yeah, so an overlap with our first 2 races of the day in the sitting category here in the Parabiathlon at Beijing 2022. The women were the first to finish their race.
She's forced away into 3rd spot. That's why she was a little bit emotional there. She's pushed the German Schan and Jai out of that 3rd position. So Vicker, despite those misses, a tremendous finish.
Yes, man, come on.
Back to the men.
Hold down now. Put it down now.
Well, the effort really taking its toll there on 1. Not far to go now, but far enough if you want to get amongst the medals. Liu Mengtao still pushing on there for China. Sensational. The last couple of 100 metres, by the way, from Anja Vicker in that women's race.
Did ever so well, and just another medal for this fabulous German competitor, but it's getting set in the right position. Liu Mengtao gives up another few seconds there, and they're all valuable. Needs a clean shoot. Last time, and 1 gone.
Well, that could cost him 3 misses all told in the shooting range for the bronze medalist in the sprint event.
Aaron Pike looks like he's heading for a penalty loop along with Liu Mingtao.
Yeah, 4 misses now and still 1 visit to the range to come for Aaron Pike, partner of Oksana Masters, so he'll be aware of the success of his other half, the continued success of his other half at these games. And, coming round at a real fair old lick, that's Liu Mingtao.
He was looking for the inside passing lane, wasn't he? And Pike obliged.
Yeah.
Let the faster skier get past.
Out of the penalty circuit, 3 misses all told though for Liu Mingtao. So we'll have to see what sort of pace he can pick up over the latter portion of this race.
Don't always see Formula One drivers so polite, do we?
Yeah.
Liu Zishu. How's he feeling? There's a bit of distress there. A bit of an ache in the shoulders, as you'd expect. Tough, hard race. They throw everything at these 10Ks. Snow not exactly cooperating. It's slow.
Val and Aleksik, the 2 Ukrainians in at the range. Couple of misses there for Bal. He'd really picked up after the 5K mark, but another couple of laps of the penalty circuit required for Pablo Bal, and that'll hurt him.
Ahead of him in 24, Callum Du Bois of Great Britain. In comes Liu Zishu. Crucial moments coming up. Goodness.
It's all gone wrong for the sprint gold medalist.
Well, 2 out of 5 is not going to get it done late in proceedings.
Flag comes into the range. So that's Knosson. And Liu just disappearing out of shot there.
Knosson's had another couple of misses. Flag now. So after a couple of misses at the first stop, he's tidied things up nicely with his next 3 visits. Liu Mingtao, bronze in the sprint. They'll flip things around here potentially. Clear, firm instructions.
Into the tuck, and the generation of a bit of extra speed. Controlling the adrenaline is what it's all about now. He's completed his shooting requirements as Liu Mingtao. 34 there. That's Shin, the experienced career Republic biathlete. Now it's Taras Rad.
Well, he's had some of each today. Good at the first and last stops. 4 missed in the middle, though. And as quick as he is, it's a miss or two too many. So here comes down. 34.02, our first finisher.
Yeah, nice to have a reference time here. So, Zhu, now being followed by Liu and Wang. Saltsev, the Kazakhstani, who was first to go off. So this is Liu Mengtao, a bronze medalist in the sprint event. 3 misses all told, so those 3 penalty laps required. Coming up here on Wang, his compatriot.
So Liu Mengtao needs to beat 34.02. And he's giving it plenty. And the crowd, what there is of it, trying to help him home. Yeah, Saltsev well off the pace today.
Yeah, comes in 35.53. So next over the line is going to be Wang. Takes a provisional first.
But not for long.
Not for long at all. Liu Mengtao then, 156.3 inside the best time. So the sprint bronze medalist comes in the time to beat, 33.7.7.
And he missed 3. But looking down our list of competitors, it's hard to see anyone that's shot clear. Nobody has today. Well, yes, they have. One of Korea. It is not especially quick across snow. Let's see how one ends up, though, with 20 out of 20. That's a marvellous effort. Liu Mengtao has to be beaten. Can anybody?
Fleig giving it some in hot pursuit of the German Kamitov. And one of Korea. So Fleig looking to just keep in control, the German.
And Pike, a couple of misses there for the big American.
Next over the line, Mina. 2:34 down. So for a few brief moments, there's a bit of joy. Kamitov next over the line from Kazakhstan, 37.49.8. So our reference time, our provisional top spot at the moment, Liu Mengtao at 30.37. So Martin Fleig, 41 seconds outside that time.
But Mina of Great Britain for the moment in 3rd position with 33.11.7. There'll be some jockeying, I would think, as the young Alexic comes in 5th position, 17 years of age, and looks it, doesn't he? 31 is Pavlo Bal. Nice pace at the finish. And he's heading for the top 3 provisionally. Comes across in 32.31.
Yep. So that's Wang down into 3rd place. Scott Mina pushed off the podium. But with our latter finishers, there's going to be a lot of chopping and changing at the top of the order here.
But with Liu, a minute 54 ahead of 2nd place Bal at the moment. Liu is looking good for something here, if not the top prize. 35. Martin Fleig.
So 32.31 is a silver medal position at the moment. And Fleig really pushing on for a tremendous finish here. Fleig into 2nd place, the individual, the gold medalist from the Pyeongchang, and he loves that.
Yes!
Well, sending out the love. We'll see what happens to him eventually. And Liu Zhu into 3rd. boys of Great Britain crossing. And Daniel Knosson as well.
So as things stand now, it's China, Germany and China again. But we've got Rad to finish. And Rad makes third, 49 seconds down. So, Liu Mengtao, top of the pile for China.
Now Fleig is busy celebrating. You can't believe it. He's just over the moon about how well he's done. And Rad into third. He's missed 4 targets today. Liu Mengtao just patiently, inwardly celebrating perhaps. He's got to be feeling confident now. I've never seen a happier potential silver medalist than Fleig. It's got the flag flying. He's just over the moon about his race and his result. Good on him. Yeah!
This extraordinary run of success for the host nation continues in the Para-Nordic events at Beijing 2022. Liu Mengtao, bronze medalist in the sprint, has upgraded to gold here in the middle distance race.
Strong Chinese contingent of 4. And it's Liu Mengtao who leads the way for them. Liu Zhishu finishing 4th. There's our happy friend Martin Fleig, the 32-year-old from Germany.
4th silver for the Germans in the Para-Nordic events here at Zhangjiakou.
That flag freshly out of the cupboard, neatly folded, waiting for the occasion. And Taras Rad, well, what would his race have been if he just missed a couple less at the range? But anyway, a great 3rd place for the young man. Still got 1 out on the course, 1 to finish. Looks to be Aaron Pike.
Yeah, Kravchuk with a strong finish, getting him up to 4th place. But yeah, after Yarovyi's failure to finish, it's just Aaron Pike to come in for the USA. And the Chinese success story continues. It's a 5th gold medal for the host nation here in either the para-biathlon or the cross-country at Beijing 2022.
Well, coming into today's events, Ukraine and China had won 12 of the 18 available medals in biathlon. Had a couple of events since, but another good day for host nation picking up this one. The middle distance for the men, seated category, Liu Mengtao. Pike, not a lot of enthusiasm about this trip home. Maybe he's not feeling 100%. Might get an explanation later about the way he's bringing this home. He's only just managing, I think. Not his customary enthusiasm. Could be carrying a slight injury.
Yeah.
Wants to finish, though.
Absolutely. Yep, it is a big deal to get that finish. Pike for the United States. Knosson, by the way, finished 12th in this race. One of the big hopes at 41, Daniel Knosson for the USA. But Oksana Masters and Kendall Gretsch apart, it's been largely all about the Chinese and the Ukrainians here. The host nation with another stunning gold medal. Absolutely brilliant as Pike enters the home straight here for the USA to complete the second race of 6 on this second day of para-biathlon at the Beijing 2022 Winter Paralympic Games.
He just casts a look towards the big screen to see who's won this event. It is Liu Mingtao, Martin Flag of Germany second, Karas Rudd, Ukraine third, and Pike comes gently across the line and probably pretty relieved to get it done.
The final finisher in the men's middle distance in the sitting category in para-biathlon at these Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. And China, Germany and Ukraine take the medals. Liu Mingtao, bronze medalist in the sprint, has a gold in the middle distance. Martin Flag has another Winter Paralympic Games medal. And likewise, Taras Rad, silver in the sprint, bronze in the middle distance for the Ukrainian.
It's the result of the women's event slightly earlier. Kendall Gretsch and Oksana Masters are 1-2 for the United States, and Anja Wicker, the German veteran, coming across in third position. Shan, Zhai, Wang and Chu for China, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Kendall Gretsch putting in a smart race, just slightly getting the better of Oksana Masters by just under 9 seconds.
Brilliant win for Kendall Gretsch. World champion, and now the Winter Paralympic Games champion too. So we look forward then to the recognition ceremonies. This is a nice moment in the arena for the medal winners, for the medals themselves are awarded at a later date.
Gretsch, Masters and Wicker will know each other very well, courtesy of World Championships and previous Paralympics. There'll be some camaraderie between those three, especially for Masters and Gretsch, obviously. Now, Masters couldn't have done much more shot clear. But if Gretsch had done a little less, she could have won. But the difference of 9 seconds, well, one more missed shot and Gretsch and Masters would have been swapping positions. But Gretsch has done as she needed to. Sorting out positions here. They knew that Gretsch had to be in the middle. Is that right? Yes, they've got it sorted.
What a finish from Germany's Anja Wicker. 8 years on from her gold medal in this event in Sochi. It's a bronze in the middle distance event for the 30-year-old. She's done it again, hasn't she?
Yeah, and looking well pleased with the outcome. The full set already.
13th Paralympic medal all in for Oksana Masters, but our champion in the women's middle distance here, Kendall Gretsch. 5th Paralympic medal, 4th at the Winter Paralympic Games. A terrific win.
Masters and Gretsch like having these Paralympic Games so close together, 6 or 7 months since Tokyo. Well, those are precious moments, aren't they? Shui Rongrong mascot there, the lantern figure. Medals, as we've explained, come a bit later.
我不喝了。跟做梦一样。跟做梦一样。好打起来。我昨天晚上9点就睡着了。没有，他妈6点半起。
So the 10K men's sitting event, the top three, make their way out now for our recognition moment. Flag, Mingtao and Taras Rad. Missed a few targets between them, 9 in total. This could have gone any which way. Reflect on the fact that Rad missed 4. There was only 3 seconds outside Flag's time. Flag 46 seconds behind Liu, who missed 3. It could so easily have been different between Flag and Rad. 4th spot going to Kravchuk, who was a fair way back from Rad's time. But again and again, it swings on what happens in the range. Liu Mingtao. Taras Rad. Clean on the first shoot, missed 2 in the second and third, and clean on the last.
On the podium again, Rad. Won it in Pyeongchang. Bronze here. What a finish from Flag, by the way. Brilliant silver for Germany.
And add it to his gold from Pyeongchang and the 15K individual. Multiple medals at World Championships for just his 2nd Paralympic Winter Games medal.
Talking about adding to the medal haul, Liu Mingtao, bronze in the sprint and now gold in the middle distance. A brilliant 3rd gold medal for China in the Biathlon events. What a few days it's been for the host nation here at Zhangjiakou.
So they're making way now for further competition. It's not far away. We'll have a couple more races coming up in just under half an hour. Middle distance standing for the women and men. Again, over 10Ks. And then later in the day, vision impaired.
再笑眼就没了。好，谢谢，好，thank you，真的好啊。好。
2008年奥运会在咱们国家召开，我感觉当时每个奥运健儿都是英雄。当时我就感觉就是不是残疾的就一定要在家里待着，你也可以有自己的作为，你也可以实现自己的梦想。当时残奥的张艺兴，他好像是那一届残疾人拿的最多的银牌，真是好棒的。我也希望我妈有一个这样的女儿，所以我也想让她试一下。我认为我身上的残疾其实并不在我身上，是在大家的眼里。其实我身体有这个残疾，取决于你怎么看我。
80% of the performance is the movement rate, not the body. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Biathlon National Center in Beijing and the Beijing 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. Next up on the program today here, the middle distance standing event for women and men. I am Ken Weiss, training chapter, along with my colleague.
女士们、先生们，欢迎来到国家冬季两项中心观看北京冬残会冬季两项的比赛。今天是2022年3月8日，即将进行的比赛项目是残奥冬季两项女子中距离站姿组的比赛。本场比赛共有13位参赛运动员，比赛将在12点开始。下面让我们把话筒交给
and gentlemen, public mobile communication terminals or mobile phones, wireless internet cards, laptops, and tablet computers, etc., shall not be used as wireless LAN hotspots. The Bluetooth function of wearable smart devices such as public mobile communication terminals or mobile phones, camera wireless remote control devices, smart watches, smart bracelets, Bluetooth headsets, etc., shall be switched over.
女士们、先生们，您携带的公众移动通讯中，手机、计算机电视数网卡、笔记本电脑、平板电脑等，不得作为无线移动网络为使用。您携带的公众移动通讯中，手机、照相机无线遥控装置、智能手表、智能手环、蓝牙耳机等，不得开启蓝牙功能。谢谢您的合作。
The snow sport action continues at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre with the middle distance para biathlon events for standing athletes on day 4 of the 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. It's the second day of the biathlon competition here, and we're all set for more top quality racing. The individual 15k events are to come later in these games. We've already had the sprint. So this is all about the 10k, 5 laps of the 2-kilometre circuit, 4 visits to the shooting range, lots of variables and lots of excitement guaranteed. So the standing events are next up. A little later we'll see the middle distance racing for the VI, the vision impaired athletes, the men and the women. But it's the standing athletes who go next here on another breezy, bright and certainly quite mild day up in the mountains of Zhangjiakou.
Yes, it's already 6 degrees. They're rugged up in the stands where they're sitting in the shade, and that's understandable. A bit of a chill factor there, but the snow temperature is interesting. It's risen to just -1. It is unnaturally mild at 6 degrees, 21% humidity, and gradually the snow is disappearing from the surrounds. We've got the course in pretty good nick. There are the conditions, as you see. Well, snow temperature's -6 there. We've got a monitor that says -1, but any way you cut it, it's getting milder and milder, but that has resulted in softening snow and a little bit harder to make your way through. This is a middle distance event, as I mentioned, 10Ks, so 5 laps. And here is our field of 13 with 3 from China and 2 from Canada, 5 from Ukraine, 1 from Japan, the USA and Poland. And we've got some good athletes in here. Guo Yuji, who won the sprint. Liashenko, silver in the sprint. Zhao of China, 3rd in the sprint, but not entered here, which, well, it may be slightly longer than she prefers.
Well, if the recent world champs in Lillehammer anything to go by, then this event is set to be dominated by the Ukrainians, the form athletes coming into these games. But what about Guo Yuji, who's really made a name for herself with a spectacular victory, putting Liashenko in the shade, the 17-year-old, to win the sprint event. Liashenko is the world champion. The top 5 athletes in the world champs final in this event were from Ukraine. Liashenko, Bui, and then Kononova and Batinkova, Bauman. Those 4 Ukrainians go out as the last 4 athletes here. And Emily Young, the Canadian, 7th in the sprint event. Looking forward to a decent performance here. Brittany Hudak, already a medalist in the cross-country portion of the Nordic events here in Beijing.
It's almost a late spring day for our Canadian competitors. In fact, a lot of the athletes just in short sleeves today. It's very nice weather, almost spring skiing, if you like, and should make for an enjoyable day and good competition, we hope. And not far away from the start. Interval start, 30 seconds. Li Huiling will start us off. There's Batinkova Bauman, the 38-year-old Ukrainian. So much experience behind her. Will today be her day?
Just outside the medals, Batinkova Bauman in the sprint event. Ukraine were 2, 4, 6, 10 and 11 there. It's disappointing from Kononova, you have to say, in the sprint. The world champs, bronze medalist in this middle distance event. So we shall have to wait and see if the Ukrainians can pick up here and chase down Guo Yuji, who was absolutely brilliant for China in the sprint event, making history. But first out of the start gate indeed, here is Li Huiling. You're watching the women's middle distance standing event in para biathlon at these 2022 Paralympic Winter Games. Li out of the blocks, the 26-year-old. Wang will shortly follow. Chinese compatriot Li Huiling from Zhaoshuang. And already we can hear the noise from the partisan crowd, and you can't blame them for that in the grandstand here, overlooking the finish line at the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre.
Some young competitors in this field. 18-year-old Wang Ruo goes next. Picked up Paranordic skiing in 2016 in Dalian. And selected to train for the sport with the Hebei provincial team. A bit of talent spotting and going on as they knew that these Paralympic Winter Games were heading for Zhangjiakou and Beijing.
Indeed, plenty of young athletes in the race here, and one or two of the elder stateswomen too. Dekijima Momoko at 47. She's been on the podium at World Champs as Dekijima, but not quite cut it at the Paralympic Winter Games. Closest she's got was a fourth in the mixed 4x2.5 relay in cross country in Pyeongchang, 9th in this event 4 years ago.
Danny Arovich, 25-year-old American out of Bozeman, Montana. Plenty of recent top 10s in both biathlon and cross country at the World Championships in Lillehammer. 8th in the middle distance event. 39.5 minutes. So we would expect the winner today to complete the course in around 35 minutes. That was the winning time in Pyeongchang. Liushenko did it in 36.
History maker Guo Yuji became China's first ever female Winter Paralympic champion in an individual event when she won the sprint. First ever gold for a Chinese woman on snow. And part of this stunning success story that the home Chinese athletes are writing here up in the mountains at Zhangjiakou.
Second Paralympic Winter Games for Bodana Konashuk of Ukraine, the city of Lutsk, and 8th in the sprint and long distance events 4 years ago. What about middle distance today? Well, that was cross country I'm referring to there. 5th in the individual, 7th in the middle distance in biathlon. Good action. Very efficient, and sets out on this 2-kilometre lap that's slightly different layout to the sitting course. Maximum climb of 17 metres, total climb of 74 metres. Checkpoints around the course to bring you up to date with the relative positions of the athletes. A couple of faster sections, the early climbs are quite steep. Young.
Yep, just before her, Iveta Faron out of the start gate. But next, the 48, Emily Young from Canada, 31 years old. In cross country, she got a silver in Pyeongchang in the mixed 4x2.5 relay. A couple of 7th place finishes in the para biathlon events. An accomplished the cross-country skier and para-biathlete.
From Canmore, Alberta, we've got Brittany Hudak. And the reason now we didn't see Ferron of Poland is she's a no-show. So that's reduced the field by 1 to a dozen. And Hudak on her way. 8th in the sprint she was.
Bib 50, Alexandra Kononova. Now, she'll be wanting an upgrade on her performance in the sprint, where she missed 4 targets all in, so an improvement in the marksmanship is required here. But a previous Winter Paralympic Games gold medalist in cross-country, a pair of gold medal performances in Vancouver all of 12 years ago, and likewise in biathlon. Also a champion in Sochi 8 years ago.
So with the field reduced to 12, the Ukrainian athletes comprise almost half the field. There's 5 of them, and here goes Yulia Batankova-Baumann, as mentioned, just out of the medals in the sprint. But goodness, what a record she has. Paralympic medals aplenty. Silver and 2 bronze in biathlon. And plenty in cross country too.
World champ silver medalist Irina Bui. 26 from Vinnytsia. It's been an emotional journey for the Ukrainians to make it up into the mountains here at Zhangjiakou. Twice a 4th place finisher in Pyeongchang, just off the podium in this middle distance event. Also the individual 15K. Now then, Lyashenko.
There's plenty of Ukrainian hopes pinned to the back of Lyashenko. 3rd in Pyeongchang, behind 2 of the NPA competitors, and 2nd in the sprint. So she's in form, and there's plenty of desire. As out she goes.
Yeah, Lyashenko led home the first 5 from Ukraine at the World Champs in Lillehammer. Those World Championships just 8 weeks ago. An ideal form guide, if you will, but the Canadians didn't send a squad to Norway for those World Champs. They wanted to keep isolated and safe from COVID. Likewise, the Chinese. So can Ukraine continue to bring this form? 3 gold medals already in biathlon, and 3 silvers as well already on the podium on this 2nd day of the para biathlon events here at Zhangjiakou. They knew that they were highly fancied to deliver medals, with of course no RPC athletes, no Belarusians here, but we're seeing our first athlete at the shooting range, and it is Lee who was first out for China.
Just needs to get settled as quickly as possible over the rifle, and this has been a little bit of an issue for her. Looking better. Oh, that's what she wanted. Well done, Li Huiling. 26-year-old is up and away. Confident start. Wang. Well, 2 misses early, and that will be difficult for her to come back from, the 18-year-old. Plenty of time to work on the shooting in years and seasons to come.
Next into the range, Dekajima.
So not a lot of the athletes do that. She started in the middle and worked out. Generally they work one direction to the other, but there are others who do it.
And 3 misses, by the way, for Arovich, wearing bib 44 there for the United States. So that's already put paid, really, to realistic chances of a high podium finish. Of course, anything can happen in the biathlon. Certainly the extra variables of the 4 visits to the shooting range. So 20 shots there all in.
Important point, isn't it? And we saw athletes tending to miss late in the race as the fatigue sets in. And Lyashenko just a few seconds down on Kononova's time through the first kilometre. And looking there at Li Huiling.
Guo has shot clear as well for China. Just the 1 miss for Guo in the sprint event. So here's Bui the 26-year-old, second place in the Lillehammer World Champs, third Winter Games. She was there in Sochi. She was there in Pyeongchang, competing in cross-country as well as biathlon. Batinkova Baumann, the veteran. She's been there before, seen it, done it, got various T-shirts, I would imagine, as well. Fantastic career that dates all the way back in the Paralympic Winter Games to Torino in 2006, where there were 3 bronze medals and silvers came her way as well, as we see Emily Young visit the range.
Clean shoots so far from Guo, Konishuk, Lee. One miss from Dekajima. And one from Young. Make that 2. Not what she was after, clearly.
No, that's surprising. Emily Young, she didn't miss a shot on her 2 visits to the range in the sprint event. But up and away there, wearing bib at 48. That's Hudak behind her. Now she's shot clear, Brittany Hudak, already a bronze medalist at these games in cross country.
Kononova's missed the 1. Batinkova Baumann comes in.
Great start by Batinkova Baumann. Shoots clear.
Just hearing those breaths does remind me of something a couple of the athletes have said about biathlon at this altitude, that you go so quickly into oxygen debt when you're holding your breath, because the air's thin to start with. It's just one more dimension to the event. It's fascinating to hear about and watch them conquer. All good.
Super first visit to the range there, and Lyashenko just in behind her as well. Now she has missed one. Lyashenko, our world champion. She missed 2 in the first visit to the range in the sprint event, went clear in the second, and still made up all that time on the penalty loops to finish just 8 seconds behind Guo in that sprint event, the first of our 3 medal events for the para biathletes here at Beijing 2022. And it is the winner of the sprint, Guo, who leads the way in the middle distance as well.
So Konishuk certainly in strong pursuit of her. It's Wang, who's missed a couple. That's hurt her chances, the extra 300 metres. So 150 metre is the penalty loop for the standing athletes. Dekajima making her way up this incline. She having missed the 1.
So you notice as well, in terms of para biathlon, the athletes don't carry the rifle on their back. They're handed them by their coaches when they hit the mat in the shooting range. 3 sport classes for standing athletes. Leg impaired, arm and leg impaired, 1 to 4, 5, 7, 6 and 8, 9, just to give you an idea of the various sporting classifications and indeed the factored time.
Here's Guo. There's nothing of her. She's the sprint champion, as we mentioned. As 17 years of age. She's got an enormous future if the early signs are anything to go by. Lean, natural athlete, it would seem.
Yeah, Guo hitting the front and threatening to lead from the front as well. One of the 85 Paralympic debutants in this 96-strong Chinese delegation. at the Winter Paralympic Games here.
Li Huiling settled over the rifle very well at the first stop. It was a problem for her in the sprint.
One miss, so that's 9 from 10 on those first 2 visits to the range for Li, who was first out here. Now it's Guo, her second visit. Clean so far. Wow. Quick fire or what?
We have not seen it done in a more efficient fashion than we just did there from Guo Yiji. And goodness, she's halfway to what would be an astonishing second victory if she were to pull it off. It's premature perhaps to say that, but you've got to be impressed with what she's done so far.
And she looks so in control, doesn't she?
Oh, well beyond her years.
Both in control of this ski, and so that composure in the range as well. So Guo has really thrown it down.
Konishuk needs to match her.
Two more misses.
Yeah,
that's going to hurt.
Yeah, Guo's improving a margin without having to do anything. Those around her struggle, but let's see what some of the other Ukrainian athletes can do. Batankova shot clean at the first stop, remember. And had a couple of misses.
Decent second visit there by Wang.
Dekajima not about to change her shooting pattern after this many years. Away she goes, 5 from 5, well done. Adovic now. Had a rough first visit, missing 3. Sorry, yes, 3. And another one gone, but a bit better. 6 out of 10.
Miss at the end there for Hudak. That's a shame. Well, she's on the podium already. She got a bronze in the long distance cross country. 24 hours ago did Brittany Hudak. Into the penalty circuit.
Kononova there has shot clear on the second visit.
Perfect in the range so far, Batankova Baumann. Straining every sinew to keep that rifle steady. And super shooting again from Batankova Baumann.
That's got to be thought that the Ukrainian hopes rest with her now. Bui was 5 from 5. Not as quick as a couple of the others, though. Maybe today, though. Well, that's all right. Away she goes.
So, Batinkova Baumann has shot clean. Bui 2. Clean visit on a second visit to the range for Emily Young. Oh, Lyashenko with another miss. Well, she rounds it off with 2 clean there, but that's 2 visits to the penalty loop that are really going to hurt. Lyashenko against a main competitor, the way things have transpired here at Zhangjiakou, someone who is 11 years her junior, and that is Guo Yuji, our race leader for China.
We'll sometimes talk about the fearlessness of youth and art. It seemed that Guo's got plenty of that. These are big occasions and she's performing like a veteran.
Yeah, also the joint Chinese flag bearer. She brought the flag into the Bird's Nest Stadium at the opening ceremony of these Paralympic Winter Games. Riding in second at the moment, Yulia Batinkova Baumann at 38, still doing it. Absolutely superb with the rifle so far. She hasn't missed a shot yet. The athlete who was just off the podium, just outside the medals in the sprint event, finished 4th in that, but going great higher up the order here in the middle distance.
Whoa. After the second shoot, a 47-second lead over Batinkova. And Kononova. The Faron of Poland not able to make it to the start line today. It's a shame. So we've got 12 in this field.
Konashuk there, just leading Dekajima up the hill. And coming in behind is Kononova, a bronze medalist from Lillehammer.
She's well outside Guo's time at the 5-kilometre checkpoint. 40 seconds indeed.
And Guo already into her 3rd visit to the range. So it'll be a case really of the others just willing her to falter. Clean so far, the 17-year-old prodigy. Oof, and she has faltered.
Twice. Oh, wait a minute. She's just opened the door, having to ski another 300 metres. She's quick on the draw, but that time a little inaccurate. Unlike her, she was clean through the first 2 and then missed 2.
This is a real spanner in the works for Guo Yuji, and it's why the para biathlon is so fascinating, because a couple of missed targets, you can have one bad visit to the range and that changes the complexion of the race entirely. That may be what we're seeing here.
Now, Li Huiling.
Good shooting. Clean in the first and the 3rd visit to the range for Li. Her time is way down on Guo, but that's before our race leader skis those extra 2 penalty laps. So Li back racing again. And Guo, with that extra energy expended in the penalty loop, back in, just ahead of Lee there.
Lee just looks a little steadier, a little more controlled, a little less movement over the rifle today than she was in the sprint. And here she is coming out ahead of Guo Yuji, whose head's dropped a little, and having to do that extra 150 twice. Wang Ruo. It's a roller coaster ride, this biathlon. Guo Yuji had just run straight into favouritism, started to talk up her chances of winning a second gold medal, and then a couple of misses. Konashuk goes clear, having missed a couple at the second stop.
Dekajima.
Unfortunately, racking up a second miss for the veteran Japanese competitor.
Yeah, the hopes of Dekajima tumbling away. It's still Guo. Konashuk up there, but we wait and see what the Ukrainians have got, including Batinkova Bauman. Hasn't missed a trick yet in the range.
She is with the first miss. Lots to look forward to today in the competition. We've got the men's event about to start, and we go across to the start-finish area because the field is ready to go. 13 in the men's event scheduled to start. China, the USA, Japan, Kazakhstan, Norway, Canada, Ukraine and France represented in this one. And Volshinsky, who won the sprint, will go up in 12th position. And Benjamin Davier, who won in Pyeongchang, was 4th in the sprint here. A couple of your favourites.
Yeah, Davier outside the medals in the sprint, finished 4th, didn't he? Had a problem on the track. Just that one miss on the 2 visits to the shooting range. Just 2 lots of shooting in the sprint event. He'll go off at last here, but plenty to look forward to. And Mark Arentz as well, the Canadian who won the bronze in the sprint. Yuan Mingshou of China wearing a bib 63. He's one to look out for here from Kuxing, national champion for the Chinese. 5 in the race here for the host nation, as well as Yuan. We have Liu, Li, Wu, and Wu Gaoshun.
So again, they'll go off in 30-second intervals. Right for a start with Liu Xiaobin.
So this is the men's middle distance for standing athletes underway here. Beijing 2022. Liu Xiaobing roared on, as you can hear, by the crowd in the grandstand here, overlooking the finishing straight.
"24-year-old Drew Shea, another one of the Paralympic athletes operating out of Bozeman, Montana, and has had a rapid rise through the ranks since taking to the sport after his accident, and he's really enjoying this new aspect to his life.
So the first big international race for Yuan Mingshu was the sprint, and a more than respectable showing as well for the national champion in China. He was 5th place there, Yuan, and importantly he didn't miss a shot. So if he can replicate that marksmanship here, 4 visits to the range in the men's middle distance race, he'll be in with a fighting chance.
And 64 is the 26-year-old Li Tai-yun from Linqiang. He was 9th in the sprint. So let's see if he can lift himself up the ranking somewhat. He's a big fan of the NBA. And took up paranordic skiing 5 years ago at the age of 21. A latecomer to the sport, relatively.
Also for China, Wu Junbao was there in Pyeongchang 4 years ago. 13th in this middle distance event. A cross-country skier as well. 9th in the mixed 4x2.5 relay, but as we've seen, there's been a massive improvement across the board in terms of China's para-Nordic athletes and their level. 5 golds so far here in the mountains of Zhangjiakou for the host nation in both cross-country and biathlon.
Let's swing back to the women's event. And Guo Yuji, after a couple of misses at the 3rd stop. Oh, and another one.
Good recovery in the circumstances, but goodness me, she looked tired, didn't she, collapsing onto the mat here. Her last visit into the range. 2 misses and shoot 3, 1 here, so that's an extra penalty lap, and it remains to be seen whether that extra energy is going to do for Guo here. Already a gold medalist. The Kononova in 4th place at present. The Ukrainians going really well. Remember, Ukraine finished 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in the recent World Champs, but in fairness, there were no Canadians there and no Chinese athletes in the race, so always going to be hard-pressed to sweep the medals, sweep the board again here, Ukraine, but they have Batinkova, Bauman, Bui, Kononova, Lyashenko and Konashuk here, and that's Guo completing her penalty lap.
And although there's been a bit of a gap between now and her victory in the sprint, you know, that emotional high. Getting some vocal encouragement from the team. And this, of course, being 10 Ks, 4 Ks longer than the sprint. Is it too much to ask of 17-year-old legs of Guo? Already brought glory to the host country with that sprint victory. So a couple of Ks to ski.
So can Kononova eat into the deficit? 51, that's at Batinkova Bauman, and going really well as well, but those 38-year-old legs will be tiring for sure. And it's been a fabulous race so far, in fairness, from Batinkova Bauman. Dekajima just in behind there, the Japanese. That's the chance for the hill to do the work on the downhill there for Batinkova Bauman.
Off to Hudak in the range now. It's just had the 1 miss so far. pretty good in this field today. She can keep that going. Oh, I missed there. 30-26 the exit time of Guo, but with a penalty loop coming for Hudak, she'll be well outside that. Take her around 25 seconds to get around the penalty.
So that's Wang out of the range. 3 penalty loops though to complete. Kononova now then has gone clean. Really good from Kononova. She's going to hunt down Guo's time now. It's going to be a race to the finish. Batinkova Baumann gets into the shooting position, rifle into the shoulder.
Trying to keep a clear head when you're oxygen deprived, very difficult, and she's had the miss there.
Well, up at the front, we'll be keeping an eye on the factored times, but Kononova really breathing down the neck of Guo as Liashenko comes in to complete her rifle work in this race. 2 misses so far. Excellent last visit though to set up the push for home. No penalty loop required there for Liashenko, the world champion. So the Ukrainians will be hunting down Guo Yuji here.
The timing point for the range exit is about 30 or 40 metres in advance of the range, so she would probably exit just in front. A fair bit of skiing to do. Another couple of Ks to bring it home, and this one is wide open. Li Huiling, 2 misses to Guo's 3, but not as quick a skier. That time indicates. So Bui has shot clear. She's 20 out of 20. The only one to do so.
Liashenko has taken Guo.
Guo Yiji. One last time up this challenging climb. See the tracks of the herringbone stride making quite an impression on this softening snow. And finally to the top.
Well, a star has been made here, no question, in the mountains at Zhangjiakou with Guo Yuji. Although she's lost first place to Liashenko, it's going to be a real fight to the finish here. It's the reversal of what we saw at the culmination of the sprint event when Guo beat Liashenko to the tune of just over 8 seconds in the final shake-up. And Kononova, who had a really disappointing sprint event, moves on to the podium at present as well.
So Ukraine throwing in the challenge late in this women's middle distance event. 10 tough Ks. And Kononova in the frame. Liashenko also. Who's got what left?
So Kononova just hitting the brow of that hill. She's at 31 from Brovary. Back home, twice The Paralympic Winter Games champion in cross-country skiing all the way back in Vancouver in 2010. Racing now with Li Huling is down the order for the Chinese. And in the men's race there, which is running concurrently, bib number 70 worn by Nils. Eric Olset will endeavour to update you with the proceedings there in due course. But for the time being, we're going to concentrate here on the women's race. It's Guo Yuji. She's going to set our reference time. Listen to the roar. Over the line first, and the time is 37:18.3. So that's the mark to beat.
Consider the three missed targets. She was clear at the halfway point and seemed to have the race in her control, but now there are serious other contenders. Lyashenko, Kononova.
That's Badinkova, Baumann and Lyashenko giving chase.
Wang Ruo tucking in, and Li Huiling 2.5 minutes down on a teammate. Provisionally second, but lots to come. There's going to be some jockeying for positions. Guo Yuji helps her off with the skis.
So Bui for Ukraine. It's going to be a heck of a charge from the blue and yellows here. Coming into the final meters of this race. So 33.32, that time at 9 kilometers. 1K to go.
37.18 to beat. And unbeatable on the range. Those 4 zeros of no missed targets makes good reading. Shooting coaches will be happy with her effort today. Irina Bui, where can she finish?
Yeah, our only athlete in the race here to go clear. Guo with those 3 misses.
What it means,
with 2 misses.
What it means, of course, is she skied less than everybody else. No 150-metre loops for Bui. And should make her fresh. But here's Kononova. And into top spot she goes at 36.55. Here's the challenge coming from Ukraine. Zach of Canada into 3rd provisionally.
Yep, and Konashuk there down the order outside the medals. So let's have a look at Bui. He looks as fresh as a daisy. 36.55.9 is the time to beat. She's going to do it. Bui over the line, and by 12 seconds she is in the gold medal position.
Oh, that's an effort.
Clean on the range. Absolutely magnificent marksmanship, and that's been the difference.
That has been the difference for her. She's not quite as quick across the surface as some of her teammates, but perfect in the range, and that's given her top spot for the moment. Lyashenko, 36.43 to beat. She's not going to do that. Batinkova, Baumann also there.
Well, it's looking like a Ukrainian sweep, you know. So Bui in top spot, and Lyashenko edges onto the podium behind Kononova.
So
wow.
It's Bui, Kononova, Lyashenko, 1, 2, 3, Ukraine.
They've done it again, you know. The top 5 in the World Champs have gone gold, silver, bronze in the Winter Paralympic Games. An absolutely terrific effort by Bui, Kononova and Lyashenko. In particular, Bui at the head of the race, who was brilliant with the rifle, quick over the track. super racing from the Ukrainians.
Emily Young into 8th position. Dekajima in 10th. He's still got Adovic and Wang out on the course. And Iveta Faraon of Poland, of course, not able to make the start line. But Irina Bui, 26-year-old, it looks to be hers. Yet to be officially confirmed, but on times we can be confident it's a sweep for Ukraine.
Just 13 seconds separating that top three. Well, let's update you on the men's race standings at shooting one. Vovchinsky, who's a big favourite. Speaking of the Ukrainians, could there be another gold medal? Davier as well, a shot clear. And good stuff from the Chinese as well, Liu and Wu. So we're going to look at the second visit to the range from Liu Xiaobin, the 21-year-old. It's gone clear, excellent shooting. So halfway through the shooting portion, and Liu is clear. Wu in hot pursuit. Vovchinsky also clear in his first visit to the range, the 33-year-old. Already has the gold in the sprint. So could it be a double? He's looking in pretty good shape here.
Coming up on the heels of Marc Arendts, the Canadian, who was bronze medalist in the sprint. Very mild day. A little bit of breeze. Temperature up around 5-6 degrees. Sunny. Looks like a nice day for competition, but this snow, which is slow, is softening and not giving a lot of assistance in the run. So Vovchinsky.
Yeah, brilliant with a rifle in the sprint event. He didn't miss. Ended up coming in just over 45 seconds ahead of Meyer, the German, who isn't in this middle distance race.
Just coasting in, allowing himself a couple more extra breaths. Not in a rush. Sort of hasten slowly, as we sometimes say. Just make sure you get the job done without any penalty loops, if possible.
Oh, in control of the breathing and in control of the rifle too. Never in doubt that from Vovchinsky.
That's how it's done, at least by this man.
Yeah, so halfway through, Arendts also clear. 10 from 10 for Marc Arendts, the 32-year-old Canadian. He's already finished third in the sprint event.
Here's Benjamin Davier now. He was clear on the first shoot. And a miss. There was just a little bit too much movement of the rifle. He's got it nicely decorated. That doesn't matter so much as the two misses he's just chalked up, unfortunately.
Yeah, work to do again for the man who was hotly tipped here to throw down a challenge to Vovchinsky, coming into the para biathlon events here in Beijing, but outside the medals. Something of a come down that for a man who won 2 golds in Pyeongchang. Vovchinsky, it seems at present, is well in control of body and mind and rifle.
Having a good little one-to-one here with Marc Arendts. Vovchinsky having a little look around him as he sort of gets down into a half-crouch position. They know each other well enough. And it's just politely looking over. So are you going to make a move now? Do I get out of your way, or are you going to sit there? And for the moment, he'll sit. The passing manoeuvres often come on the hills, And let's see if Wawczynski wants to do so. I'm happy to sit in. Davier completing the penalty. Off into the naughty boys' corner of that loop.
Yeah, so already with 44 seconds to make up, can ill afford any other errant shooting now. It's the Norwegian Ulset. Good shooting that from Niels Erik Ulset. Well, time is running out, isn't it, for Ulset? He wants something of a golden goodbye here. He was 7th in the sprint event, the 38-year-old, whose Winter Paralympic career dates back 2 decades now.
Yeah, Salt Lake City, the 7.5K individual, he was 7th, and then through Sochi, Pyeongchang, Turin, Vancouver. Amazing, really. Now, Liu Xiaobin.
First blink for Liu. Well, 4 from 5, it's a good recovery. And 5 misses all told in the sprint event really hurt him. And now a penalty lap gives him plenty more to do in this race. Liu wearing bib 61 there for China.
He's managed to find sunglasses in the national colours too. That's a good effort. But Wawczynski holds it at the moment. Just ahead of Arends of Canada. Sweet victory for Ukraine in the equivalent women's event moments ago. Wawczynski still sitting in, stride for stride with Arends. Come on, your turn. I don't know if at this pace you get much of a drafting benefit. Maybe.
Quick ski on the penalty loop there for Liu. Back onto the racetrack. There they are again, our top 2. But it's Wawczynski, the man on the right of your picture there, who leads Mark Arends, the Canadian. They're both on the podium already in the sprint, and it's looking like a similar outcome here in the middle distance event. But we've got 2 more visits to the range to come, so it could all change around. Davier hovering 2.
Wawczynski having started 30 seconds behind Arends. They're fractionally different in their timing corrections, 95 and 96%, Arends and Wawczynski respectively. So Wawczynski will know what he needs to beat Arends by. Those moments some way off. We're around halfway point for these skiers.
Shot across to the ski jumping facility here at Zhangjiakou, this purpose-built arena. Looking resplendent for the Winter Games events and the Winter Paralympic Games here. Up in the mountains, about 188 kilometers northwest of Beijing. One of the 3 venue clusters in this Olympic and Winter Paralympic spring for China.
You can do that trip in pretty quick time these days on the driverless train, and the track purpose-built for these games. Get you up here in 45, 50 minutes. Rattling good pace. Not much rattle though. It's pretty smooth. Now Arends and Wawczynski, who can keep their cool. Arentz does
Terrific
so.
shooting from Arentz. He's still clear with just 5 more shots to go. Brilliant.
Wawczynski likewise, out they come. They're perfect, the two of them, 15 from 15, and they'll go stride for another lap. Or will there be a move come from either, a surge from Arentz or Wawczynski to overtake him? Out they go again.
Well, on that correction, the gap around about 24 seconds. So Arentz still needs to pick up pace, or maybe he can hope for a blink from Wawczynski in the last visit to the shooting range. We shall see.
Ooh, Zhongbao, the 25-year-old, making his way around, and Liu Xiaobin, he was first out of the blocks, coming through 7 kilometres. This is a 10K event. One more stop at the range. Awaiting him. There's a ski jump facility in the background. Served us so well during the Olympic Games. Davier just not brought his best to the table, it seems, this week.
Yeah, we have plenty more racing, of course, ahead of us here in the cross-country and the para-biathlon at these Winter Paralympic Games, but it's just not been there for Davier. 2 misses so far. This is his 3rd visit to the range.
One more miss, and less of a chance, unfortunately, for Davier. Out he goes. Dreaded penalty loop off to his left.
Well, with no Meyer in this race, it was an opportunity for Davier to get himself into the medal shake-up. But it's looking very much like Wawczynski and Arentz, and maybe a Chinese medalist thereafter, with Liu and Wu doing it.
Now here's Sato Keiichi, 42-year-old from Japan. 65 there is Wu Junbao. Got their own little race happening. A bit of company, a bit of encouragement, and a bit of competition. 73 is Davier. One more penalty loop completed. By contrast, finds himself alone. Has to motivate himself. A little bit hard after you've missed a few targets to stay up for it. But you don't know what your opponents are going to do. Now, Ulset of Norway. All his experience brought to bear in that shoot. That's good, and away he goes.
Yeah, this is his 6th Paralympic Winter Games, Nils-Erik Ulset, and he has 3 gold medals in the cabinet as well. There's not going to be another here, or at least not today, but still battling gamely on at age 38, Nils-Erik Ulset, wearing bib 70 there. Now then, Wawczynski on the left of your picture. That's Arentz up ahead.
Another competitor just stepping out of the way to allow Wawczynski through. Last thing we want in these races is a collision or a fall. And there is a bit of traffic here.
He's cut down the gap, in fairness, Arentz, to 16 seconds.
And he might be able to use the traffic here just to get another second or two. Wawczynski, as long as he can keep him in sight, it'll be of benefit to him. You now. He's done well to just chalk up the one miss. Not the quickest between rounds as he misses for a second time. And that might be Liu Xiaobin out of contention.
I think it is. 2 misses, too much at this late stage. 2 penalty loops, and then the final lap of this circuit. So it's Vovchinsky's to lose this men's middle distance race for standing athletes at the Beijing Winter Paralympic Games. Vovchinsky from Arentz, the Canadian, who is set to step up from the bronze medal spot on the podium on which he stood at the end of the sprint event. There they are again, still stride for stride, aren't they? Vovchinsky and Arentz, Ukraine and Canada.
Yeah, I think Vovchinsky got a little bit of extra run out of his skis on that last downhill section. That's a tribute to his wax team, who've got the right stuff under his skis, can make a few metres of difference on any decent downhill section. It looks like he's cashed in there as he settles in for this last shoot.
And it's a huge last shoot. Vovchinsky, clean so far, has to remain that way to guarantee the advantage again. A miss, a penalty loop required from Vovchinsky.
And now he needs Arentz to miss. But he's got the lot, Arentz, and away he goes. This has changed things. He'll just see what happens. Vovchinsky, keep an eye on him. And when he sees Vovchinsky go off to do the penalty loop, that will give the Canadian huge encouragement.
Well, the gap was down to just over 15 seconds before Vovchinsky was required to ski that loop. So it is going to be such a race to the line here between Ukraine and Canada. Wow. All about the shooting, isn't it? Just changes the complexion.
Yeah, around about 20 to 25 seconds to get that 150 metres done. His advantage, Vovchinsky, going in was about 15 seconds, so you flip that to 10 seconds Arentz's way, and that's doable for Vovchinsky, but my goodness, he's going to have to ski hard and fast, and don't the Canadians know it? He's got the word in his ear, Arentz, about what he needs to do. Ski for your life, son.
And in terms of the third podium spot, it's going to be Ukraine and Canada, 1 and 2. In which order? Well, that remains to be decided. But Wu Junbao is challenging. Gerlitz has moved up.
Arentz has got such a clean, efficient style. It looks effortless. Don't be fooled. He's putting everything in and maximum concentration to get it right every stride. And Vovchinsky is out after him. He knows what's got to be done. Is it too much to ask of Vovchinsky? Oh, so cruel, just the one miss, but it might be the difference between gold and silver. And that's what it's about, this sport. It's on a knife edge.
Yeah, so is there the compensation over the final 2Ks of the ski for Vovchinsky, who already has the gold in the sprint event? It's going to be another medal for Ukraine, whatever happens here, continuing their absolutely fabulous performance in the Paranordic sports here in Beijing. But they would love it to be gold.
It's a really steep climb. This is asking some questions of your stamina and endurance. Arentz puts it behind him. Just grasping for that thinning air at this exaggerated altitude. I'm not used to this. 1,600 metres or so of altitude. And Arentz. These technical sections downhill and twisting.
3 times a world champion in para-biathlon, Mark Arentz, and he was the 15K individual gold medalist from Pyeongchang.
Go, dude. Quick hand up. Quick hand timing. Son, pull it.
It's calling for Arentz to be careful. Watch your timing. This is Davier. Well, the urgency, the caution in the coach's voice, just telling you what's at stake here and how close it's going to be. Arentz and Wawczynski don't often see a result this close, but I think we're going to have a really interesting finish here. Wawczynski was some 13 seconds down. And here he comes, up the hill. And Wawczynski, not going to see his time through there. Well, 27 seconds down.
He's spent. It's going to be the podium, but it's not going to be the gold, which he had in his grasp for so long in this race. Mark Arentz for Canada.
Shoot clear and you shoot clear. That seems to be the case for Mark Arentz today. You can't control, obviously, what your opponent does. You can just give your best race, and then the cards fall where they may. He's coming up trumps, it seems, Mark Arentz. Not there yet. Dare not think of the outcome, just concentrate, concentrate.
5 medals already for Canada in the cross-country and the para-biathlon here at Zhangjiakou. One of them for Arentz, of course, the bronze medal in the sprint. It's looking like the upgrades, bringing it home here for the Canadians. Brian McKeever and Natalie White, 2 previous gold medalists, already here in the Nordic events. Looking like a triple to be secured by Arentz.
So, Arentz from Prince Edward Island. Can he continue to hold off this man, Wawczynski? He'll give it everything, but it seems that the margin, rather than shrink, has grown in favour of the Canadian.
Well, it's our first finisher, our first reference time, but this is the one that's going to be key. Arentz coming in, well, 2 seconds inside Liu's time. We knew that he was going to be the reference point, the main man, the top mark, if you will. Mark Arentz.
31.45 to beat for Wawczynski. Arentz dare not celebrate just yet. Gerlitz is there, the Kazakhstani. Wawczynski working his way down. Now he's outside. He can't beat Arentz. And Wawczynski comes in second position, and now Arentz gives a celebratory yell and goes across quickly to his rival, Wawczynski, who can barely lift his head for the effort. Now he does. Well, and what great sporting spirit right there as he helps Wawczynski out of the bindings. Massive race from Arentz, near perfect.
In the end, he did it by over 30 seconds, faultless in the shooting range. Didn't miss a target. Wawczynski did. One single shot was the difference in the end. And then Arentz just carried it home for Canada. His second medal personally of these games. His first gold, his 8th Paralympic Winter medal, all told. And Wawczynski, gold in the sprint. Now silver in the middle distance. By the way, a heck of a finish from the Kazakhstani Gerlitz. Up into the bronze medal position at present, 33.06.5. Davier is yet to come in.
Lee Taiyun comes in, 9th position.
Well, that's Gerlitz, the Kazakhstani. A fantastic final 2K from a man that missed 3 shots all in.
Yes, Wu missed a couple. 6 missed by the other Wu, Gao Chun and Zhong Bao. Drew Shea, 7:27 down on the time of Mark Arends. Just quietly have a little moment here while I try and find some oxygen. There's a bit of it around if I can just locate it. He did so little wrong, Vovchinski. 1 missed target, the difference between himself and Arends. Well, maybe more than that. When you look at the margin of 33 seconds, that's a bit more than 1 penalty loop, but perhaps his head dropped on that final lap. And Reiter comes in 10th position, just ahead of Shea.
So just 2 more to finish. And our body's splayed out past the finish line, having left nothing out on the track.
Davier looking for a top 5 finish. A few too many missed targets today for the Frenchman.
It's not going to be top 5 either for Davier. Yeah, big disappointment in his first 2 events here in Beijing for Benjamin Davier, outside the medals in the sprint and the middle distance. This man, though, Mark Arends, another Winter Paralympic medal after bronze in the sprint. He is the champion of the middle distance. Magnificent Mark Arends for Canada.
Well, on another day, it could so easily be Vovchinski, but today, 20 out of 20 at the range. And a courageous race from Arends. And he's got it done. Just all set to come in. 38-year-old Norwegian. Permanent fixture around Paralympic Winter Games and Biathlon since 2002.
Yeah, the Winter Paralympic races are running out now for Niels-Erik Ulset. There's a commendable finish, though, here in the middle distance. Just that single target missed in his first visit to the range. And at 3 minutes 30 down on our top finisher, Mark Arends, to come in 10th.
So Mark Arentz it is, 31 minutes 45 seconds over Grigory Vovshinsky. And then Alexander Gerlitz, excellent race from Kazakhstan's competitor in this one. And Wu into 4th. China finishing 4th, 5th, 7th and 8th and 11th. Big representation from them today, but couldn't force their way into the top 3. Those spots belonging to Canada, Ukraine and Kazakhstan.
Confirmation of the final standings in the women's middle distance for standing athletes, and it was a Ukrainian 1, 2 and 3. Bui, Kononova and Lyashenko. Guo, the sensation who won the sprint, pushed off the podium by the Ukrainian athletes. A fantastic performance from the dominant nation in the middle distance events. So we're going to see the recognition ceremony for our medalists. The medals will be awarded later, but this is an opportunity for the medal winners, the top 3 finishers, to enjoy the recognition of the crowd. Well, Kononova and Lyashenko were quick, but Bui was quick and sharp, and didn't make a single mistake in the shooting range. 20 shots, all of them hit the target. Coming up for Bui. Consider that Paralympic Biathlon, a couple of 4th placings in Pyeongchang, a couple of top 10s in Sochi. It's really a top moment for a championship medalist, and a couple of wins there too in biathlon. But Paralympic Winter Games first for Bui. Big improvement from the 6th in the sprint. So this is the sweet spot. The distance, the day, the performance. She's found it. It's a switch around in the order, the finishing order from the world champs in Lillehammer. Lyashenko was the champion then, here in Beijing. She wins the bronze. Alexandra Kononova, she was 3rd in Lillehammer. Here, she's 2nd. Silver at the Worlds to gold at the Winter Paralympic Games. It's the upgrade she wanted. It's Irina Bui for Ukraine, our champion in the women's middle distance event.
Well, it's the words you just long to hear or dream of hearing. Gold medalist and Paralympic champion, and then your name. Today it's Irina Bui. There we go. We nearly lost Shui Ron there. Well, a 1-2-3. Can't come much better than that for Ukraine in women's middle distance standing. Should have the men's recognition in just a moment.
The perfect race run by Mark Arendts in the men's middle distance event. So this, the top three in the fourth race of the day, second day of the Biathlon events at Beijing 2022. And these 13th Paralympic Winter Games, Canada, Ukraine and Kazakhstan with Gerlitz.
He looks well pleased, doesn't he, Gerlitz? That's
I make that Kazakhstan's first medal of these games.
Yeah.
So it was a terrific finish actually to push out the Chinese to get on the podium.
Bronze medalist, representing Kazakhstan,
So the 32-year-old from Petropavl in Kazakhstan. Just missed out on the long distance medals 4 years ago with the fourth in Pyeongchang. Makes good here.
Vovchinski won the sprint, second in the middle distance. Just that miss, the final visit to the range, handed it to this man. 9th Paralympic Winter Games medal for Mark Arendts.
He's pretty happy about it. He's skied what we're really tempted to call the perfect race. No misses, paced it well. Kept his nerve when Vovchinski was challenging, was sitting behind him. Vovchinski so long just ready to pounce and ready to claim the gold, but one miss and that was what separated gold and silver. recognition for the men's middle distance. Vision impaired events still to come in this long session today under perfect skies for Zhangjiakou.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
Ron gets distributed to our top three.
Guys, I think I want to
You haven't heard the story. Our mascot for the Paralympic Winter Games resembles a lantern. Such a rich part of Chinese culture and history, been around for thousands of years. The red lantern traditionally symbolising prosperity and celebration.
Congrats, man. Thank you. And great race, guys.
Really strong. I like you.
Just a reminder, we have vision impaired races, men and women, standing. Obviously, yet to come at Zhangjiakou today, and it's not far away. We hope to have your company shortly.
设好，所以我们做了很要看，和多让门店。而这个空间很重要，周围的人可以更有得到接受。难道只有残障人士才需要障碍吗？我觉得障碍其实是每一个人、每个家庭都会遇到的，不仅是当老的时候、后当的时候。对孩子的时候，我们拿很重的时候，这个障碍其实是在这个另一种使用方式，它不仅是残障人士需要的，它是一种价值观、同理心。我觉得是可以再细心一点、用心一点。冬奥会这场比赛是把这些好的东西透过孩子一代的孩子来参与。他们体验，他们如何生活，我们是最重要的。
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Biathlon National Center in Jeonju. This afternoon we'll be doing the Paralympic middle distance visually impaired. My name is Ken Gordis, and I'm joined by my colleague.
女士们、先生们，欢迎来到国家冬季两项中心，观看北京冬残会冬季两项的比赛。即将进行的比赛项目是残奥冬季两项女子中距离视障组的比赛。本场比赛共有6位参赛运动员，比赛将在14点开始。我是本场比赛的中文播报员徐畅。下面让我们把话筒交给现场男星朱晨婷。
Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome once again to the National Biathlon Center. In just a few minutes, we'll be...
Well, it's as blue a sky as you could hope to see over the hills of Zhangjiakou, north of Beijing. A couple more races to come on this very busy biathlon day. The vision impaired athletes are about to hit the snow. Women and men skiing 10-kilometre event. And it'll be the women first of all. Good little crowd in of selected spectators, well masked and well rugged up, but truly the temperature is a remarkable 8 degrees up in the mountains. Wind a little bit from the west at about 14 kilometres an hour, and the conditions that the women first of all, and then the men in about half an hour will face. Humidity has dropped below 20%, just bizarre conditions really, and very, very mild, and the snow very, very soft. But it's not like they aren't conditions ever faced before by our various biathletes today. And we're looking forward to these 6 competitors to take to the course for the women's middle distance. 2 each from Germany, Ukraine and China. So China, as always, with a good, strong contingent. But we would expect that Ukraine might continue their dominance. There are the conditions again for you, but the athletes will cope, as they always do.
Indeed, yeah. Hotting up in more ways than one in the hills of Zhangjiakou, some 188 kilometres northwest of Beijing. Last 2 races of the day, and it's the VI, the vision impaired athletes, starting with the women's middle distance race, where gold medalist in the sprint Oksana Shishkova also topped the podium in the long distance cross country skiing event. In both of those races she was followed by Lynn Kazmaier and Maria Leonie Walter. Walter goes here, but there's no Kazmaier, which is a shame for Germany, although there is that second German athlete in Rechtenwald here who goes third from last, but Yang and Wang with a strong challenge from the host nation. We know they've been so competitive here in the Nordic events at Zhangjiakou. Really exploded onto the para-Nordic scene, the Chinese. Likewise, Leonie Marie Walter at just 18 years of age. So a pair of bronzes so far in the long-distance classic cross-country and the sprint. But Shishkova, well, what can we say about her? A formidable athlete, goes last here, the 30-year-old, and 2 gold medals already from her racing so far in Beijing.
If you've not been fortunate enough to see vision-impaired athletes in the biathlon and you're wondering how things work in the range, well, they shoot at targets with a diameter of 21 millimetres. using electronic rifles, enabling them to use their hearing to take aim. And the closer an athlete's aim is to the center of the target, the higher the tone emitted from the rifle, and that's when they activate the trigger at the high tone. So Walter, that sort of happy demeanor, just so pleased to be here. She's already got a couple of medals in the bag to take home. She's a joy to watch. But Shishkova will be all business, the 30-year-old from Ukraine. Certainly the one to beat. She's got the experience, the results behind her. Ought to be too good for this field, but we'll see as we get ready. We're just about a minute away from a start.
Lovely view across the Zhangjiakou National Biathlon Centre there, up to the ski jumping facility, which hosted the large hill and the normal hill competition at the Winter Games just a few weeks ago now. And of course, the focus shifts to the Winter Paralympic athletes. 6 on the start gate. This is the women's middle distance race, with indeed the men to set off in around about half an hour's time. There is quite a hectic overlap, but we'll endeavour to keep you posted with what's happening in the racing when it starts happening simultaneously. First to go here, Yang for China.
Yes, Yang Qianru sets us off on the vision impaired women's event over 10 Ks from Shandong. And the guide Yu Hong Shun. Always interesting and educational to watch the work of the guides, various ways that they communicate with their athlete. Clearing the way now for Shevchenko.
Been a fabulous day so far in terms of medals for Ukraine. Tkachenko will want to keep that going, guided by Denis Nikulin here. The 26-year-old Tkachenko, first international meeting was the recent Lillehammer World Champs. Didn't compete in the middle distance, 8th in the long distance, 11th in the sprint classic.
Next to go will be Wang Yue, a 22-year-old from Qinhuangdao. Doesn't need to do much differently to perhaps force her way into the medals. Finished 4th in the sprint, so a little bit smoother across the course and more accurate in the range, and she could feature on the medal dais.
The 20-year-old Johanna Rechtenwald, guided by Valentin Haag, based at the Olympic training facility in Freiburg, back home. First taste of the Winter Paralympic Games for Johanna. She's been at 2 World Champs, best finished 3rd in the individual in the 2019 World Champs in Canada.
So just 18 years of age is Leonie Walter, and Strecker has been doing a good job guiding her around the course. 3rd in the sprint. Is there another medal awaiting her today over the longer distance of 10 Ks?
And Oksana Shishkova, undoubtedly the athlete to beat in this middle distance race amongst the vision impaired athletes. She already has 2 gold medals in the Parabiathlon and cross country in Zhangjiakou already. 12 medals all told, going back 3 Paralympic Winter Games. Oksana Shishkova, 30 years old, Andrei Marchenko, and it's been a feature of her racing so far. She often skis on ahead of her guide. Quite something to behold that, but certainly she is going to be the racer to beat here.
They're tackling the same course as the standing athletes from earlier in the day, so there is a maximum climb of a 17-metre ascent, total around each 2-kilometre lap, a height difference of 34 metres and total climb of 74 metres. and it's just a touch longer than 2Ks, 2,054 metres. Of course, holding up remarkably well, really. There are some soft sections, particularly on the hairpin bends, where it's chopped up a little, but the superintendents and workers here have been doing their best to keep it in as good a condition as possible. You can see it is chopping up a little. The artificial snow, traditionally a bit harder, but such are the warm conditions we've had over the last couple of days. There's no stopping really the softening of the snow as Yang makes this climb.
Yeah, got a young field in this race as well. Yang at 20, Rechtenwald of Germany 20, Wang just at 22, and the only Walter at 18, the real baby of the race. Shishkova, the veteran, at 30. But she has all the experience and all the nous to hopefully for her tackle the course again and ski to another gold medal. Of course, they have to come into the range on the 4 occasions as well. Tkachenko has made a strong start. Shishkova, by the way, hasn't missed the target yet. That was in the sprint event, and of course it was just 2 visits to the shooting range, and Wang there, 19 seconds inside Tkachenko's time, has gone off quickly too.
So Wang keeping in stride with the guide, Li Ya-Lin. So there you see, this is a safety thing as much as anything, as Rechtenwald holds on to the stock tip of the guide. Now, the guide is obviously not allowed to pull the athlete along, but particularly in the downhill sections that are quick, they're allowed to just keep a hold there, make sure they don't stray off the course, and keep everything as it could be and should be. Rechtenwald and Walter, the 2 Germans in the field. So 2 from Ukraine, 2 from China, 2 from Germany. Vision impaired fields often a little smaller than the other categories. Although in the men's event there will be 10 starters. A shame we're not seeing Lynn Kazmaier, silver in the sprint, not in this one. A 15-year-old, you know, you've got to look after someone that young, still just emerging into full competition, and maybe after excitement of a couple of races needs a little bit of a breather from competition.
So on the left of your picture there, that's Walter. On the right, round 86, that's Shishkova. Moving to the heads of the race, but it can often all change when we get into the shooting range. There was big excitement in the men's standing race a little earlier between the Ukrainian and the Canadian, and it all changed over the course of the last 2 kilometres. Well, the last visit to the shooting range, and the penalty loop incurred by the Ukrainian race leader at that point. He had to race a penalty loop, and then Arendts shot clear and went on to ski to the gold medal. So they are the variables that can change the trajectory the deeper we get into these middle distance races, and the more frequent visits to the shooting range.
Yep, 150 metres extra to ski, and that is extra effort and extra time. So it's a bit of a double penalty really if you're forced into that loop. But we're making our way into the stadium area with our first athlete to leave the gate, Yang Chuan-Ru. We'll keep our mics closed for the moments where they're shooting, just to give you an idea of how this all works, should you be joining us for the first time for Vision Impaired Biathlon. It's a technically rather clever way to involve the vision impaired athletes in this great sport, and it works a treat. It's a real skill in itself, finding the target with the help of the tone emitted from the rifle.
So that's Yang and Wang as well, visiting the range. Tkachenko getting down onto the mat too.
So on go the headphones. This is how it's done. She's done pretty well there, 4 out of 5. Well, others will shoot clear.
Kachenko has missed one. 4 out of 5 for Kachenko too. Who missed 2 shots on her first visit to the range in the sprint event. And made up for it with a clean shoot on visit 2. Of course, they're playing catch-up really with a miss early on as our final athletes come into their first shoot. Rechtenwald of Germany. Difficult first 3. She got spot on, missed the last 2. Here's Walter. Nice and smooth, 5 from 5.
And quick. Well done to Walter. She'll be thinking about the opportunity of another medal. Not right now. They're very good at concentrating only on the process and not the outcome, but she might have thought about it overnight.
And Shishkova has shot clean as well. That's important because she's the big favourite. Indeed, it might be a case really of the rest of the field hoping for Shishkova to lose her aim when we get into the shooting range. We know she has the speed. Shishkova
reminding you there's a men's race to come in under 20 minutes time, and they will overlap with the women's event. That's when the guides really are important to navigate the greater amount of traffic out on the course.
Shishkova there, just closing in on Kachenko, and indeed pushing past there. Oksana Shishkova. Plenty of communication from the guides to their athletes. So, scores on the doors in the early part of the race after that first visit to the shooting range. Shishkova from Wang Yue, who was also clear. And then Leonie Maria Walter and Natalia Kachenko. Then Yang and Rechtenwald at present of Germany bringing up the rear.
So all 6 of our athletes in this event are in the B2 vision impaired category. That's the middle of the 3, and a 99% factoring on their time. So in that sense, they're all in the same classification. Just get a sense of the extra work that's done by the guides and how fit they need to be issuing instructions, sensitive to how their athletes travelling.
And perfect synchronicity as well in terms of the striding forward there of guide and athlete for China. And their coach is so vocal on the side of the course here, pushing the athletes on. It's reaped dividends so far with this spectacular run of success the Chinese Para-Nordic squad have had so far over the first few days of competition. At Zhangjiakou, that Wang and Yang will be going some to catch up here with Oksana Shishkova. Now, success and winning performances is a habit, isn't it? And Shishkova is well in the groove here at Zhangjiakou.
Shishkova attaches herself to the stock of Andrei Mashenko, and then detaches as they get into the flat and uphill sections as required. Shishkova is totally professional, totally ready. We'll have quite a haul of medals to take away from these games. Checking Walter's factor time through 3 kilometres. It's a 10k race, remember. 57 seconds behind the leader at that point.
There's the drive of Leonie Walter. Even at 18, she can't be called the youngest hope in the German squad because of Kazmai's 15 years. Absolutely magnificent to see her getting on the podium on the first day of the Parabiathlon events here. And at 84, that's Jana Rechtenwald at just 20. Riding with Rechtenwald then, and her guide Valentin Haag. He first came to prominence at the 2019 World Champs in Canada. Also competed in para-athletics. .233 down at present on the leading race time. But plenty more shooting to be done, and that's where it can all change around. So Wang Yue, who was clear with her first 5 shots, has to do it all again here.
So settling in for the second 5. Each little search for the target is like a race against time of the disappearing oxygen from the lungs of, as the athletes hold the breath, steady the barrel, look for the high pitch through via their ears, if you will. And it's interesting to observe how it's done. You can see how difficult it can be, and yet the likes of Shishkova make it seem easy. Here she comes.
Second set of 5 shots at the target. In Parabiathlon, the targets are 10 meters away, as opposed to 50 in biathlon.
So let's observe Shishkova's work here.
First shot she's missed. In the Parabiathlon as a whole, 2 misses. Well, that leaves the door open for someone. Shishkova, who shot clear in the sprint event, has missed 2 on her second visit to the range here in the middle distance. So an opportunity for Wang and maybe Walter.
Yes, Walter shot clear with the first visit, and Chenko missed the one at the first stop. Out of 5, respectable. But Walter has got 10 out of 10 and is really in a nice position to make some kind of a challenge against Shishkova, who's quick around the course, it has to be added.
Two misses for Johanna Rechtenwald in her first visit to the range. There's the compensation. Nice, clean shoot. Rechtenwald back up and running. No need for the penalty loop. Unlike Shishkova, who had to do an extra 300 meters. So it's a real big opportunity now for someone to break the winning run of Oksana Shishkova. That's Rechtenwald with her guide Valentin Haag back in the race. Up ahead is Tkachenko wearing 82. With Denis Nikulin, her guide. So that's how things stand after shooting 2. And it's a Walter of Germany from Shishkova.
Well, Shishkova looks like someone who can make up about 10 or 15 seconds a lap, and certainly did that early on as she tracked down Walter, who left 30 seconds ahead of her. But Shishkova with a couple of penalty loops to ski. There's 300 meters straight up. Walter, World Championships at Lillehammer, a 5th, a 7th and a 9th. And of course a bronze medal here in the sprint. And the cross-country long distance bronze as well. But at 18 you're still looking to get more and more kilometres in the legs, build up the stamina. If she keeps shooting straight in the next 2 stops, then she's really in contention. See how Shishkova manages.
Almost a slip there, but a decent correction from Wang. It's almost going over on that right side there. It's touching skis at the base. It's always a problem in the freestyle. Potential problem, that is. But up the brow of the hill, and now a chance to pick up a bit of speed on the downward, making the hill do the work for you.
Here's Walter now, working hard, looks okay, juggling study and competition commitments. Took an extra exam after Christmas to squeeze in the studies before the World Championships, and that's an exercise in time management, but plenty of athletes have got that challenge, and Walters seems to be coping with that all right. How's she coping with this hill? Well, not too bad. She's got Shishkova in hot pursuit.
Yeah, there's the tuck from Shishkova and her guide up ahead. She knows she has to make it up here. So 23.4.7 at the 5K mark. Let's take a look at how far Shishkova is behind at the mid-race point. 20 seconds. So Shishkova has it all to do, but we know that she is capable.
Well, the next two visits to the range are just absolutely crucial. We've seen event after event swing on the events at the shooting range. It's bound to happen again.
Yang.
Coming up towards 2:30 in the afternoon local time, and just a few minutes away from the start of the men's vision impaired race. The course is about to get pretty busy. There's another 10 athletes and 10 guides. Involved back of this group, just trying to navigate through and around, stay out of trouble.
Yeah, there's plenty of potential trouble there with, of course, guides involved as well. So you've got double the number of people out on the track, double the number of potential issues with clacking skis. Shishkova concentrating on her own race here. Knows that she has to make up time.
Did look just a little distressed, I thought, on the second lap. Wasn't quite herself, and came into the range, missed a couple. Seems to have the usual rhythm back. There's a bit more to play out here, though.
Wang about to come into the range again. Visit number 3 of 4. Two misses so far. Impressive correction, in fairness, after those first two misses. But that's an extra 300 metres onto her race distance for Wang, and she's going to be dropping down the order.
Oh, here's Walter. Oh,
absolutely flying.
5 out of 5 for Walter, and she is 15 out of 15. And Shishkova has got a race on her hands because Walter is away. And she does it so quickly.
Shishkova coming in, an absolutely critical visit to the range now for Oksana Shishkova, the big race favourite, and going for the gold medal triple. Has to go clear here and get it over and done with quickly too. Champion performance in the range there from Oksana Shishkova. Up and away and chase down Walter. That's the name of the game from here on in.
Right, the men's competition and the visually impaired is about to start. Coming up to 2:30 in the afternoon. Getting away promptly, almost always on time. These events are being well run, well organised, and we've got 10 starters here. 5 from Ukraine. 2 from China, Poland, France and Germany also there. Nico Messenger, Germany, Chalençon of France, Pavel Gil of Poland, and the bottom of the field there with the real chances, Lukyanenko, Kazakh, Shatinsky and Kovalevsky. So the sweep of the sprint for Ukraine involved Lukyanenko, Kazakh and Swako, and here they all are again. What can they do this time?
Yeah, potential Ukrainian sweep once more. That's the expectation here. Really strong over the middle distance events. Kovalevsky will go last, the 31-year-old Anatoly Kovalevsky, the great Paralympic winter tradition, multiple world champion, but off the podium in cross-country, silver medal 4 years ago in Pyeongchang. And then Siako, who won the bronze behind Kazakh and Lukyanenko in the sprint event.
It'll be pretty buoyant, this little squad of Ukrainian biathletes. Deng first of all, though.
Well, first then, in the men's middle distance VI, this is Deng Haesong, 22 from Biathlon. It's a really strong, as we know, and well-drilled and well-conditioned Chinese Nordic contingent at these Zhangjiakou Winter Paralympic Games. Next to go for Poland, Pavel Gil.
And his guide, Michael Landa, and Pavel finished 12th in the sprint. And at World Championships, 17th in the middle distance, 13th in the individual, 20th in the sprint. So good exposure at World Championships.
Well, France won the open 4x2.5 relay in cross-country in Pyeongchang. Chalençon, part of that squad. He also won a bronze in the men's 15K individual biathlon event up in the hills at Alpenzia. What can he do here out of the gate next for France in this middle distance VI race?
Go back to the women's event, and Volta still looks to have the race in her control, but Shishkova will be making a move on this lap after a confidence boosting 5 out of 5 at the third stop. So Volta, let's keep thinking, you know, at 18, can she do it? So
We're just having a look at the timings. 29.09 at the 7K mark. So Shishkova, who was running at what, 20-odd seconds down, will really need to put power in the legs. Well, she's made up an awful lot of time there. She's just 7 seconds down now.
Well, that's picked up 13 seconds in a kilometre. That says to you that Shishkova is on the move.
Big time. And Walter will have this information communicated to her. So
there's only so much you can do. You're only so fast, and Shishkova is well known for her speed, and experience and results another matter altogether. She's got that advantage over Volta as well, but we've still got one stop to come, and Volta has not yet missed.
And back to the start of the men's race. Vitaly Lukyanenko won the gold medal in the sprint at 43. Lukyanenko still doing it for the Ukraine. He's been competing since Torino 2006. Well, I do him a disservice there. He was there in Salt Lake City 2 decades ago as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 gold medals down the years at Paralympic Winter Games in biathlon.
And bib 98, Alexander Kazakh. So silver medalist between Lukyanenko and Swiako in the sprint. And from Venezia. And in Pyeongchang, a couple of seconds and an 8th in the sprint, but in the middle distance, a silver medal for him.
Second to last out of the start gate here, Yaroslav Reshetynski. Just can't quite get the extra power needed to fill the first 2 spots in the podium. He's been there or thereabouts. Is this the moment? Is this the games for Reshetynski? 4th in the 7.5-kilometre sprint in Pyeongchang. It's his 3rd appearance at the Paralympic Winter Games.
Now, Kovalevsky, the 31-year-old, in bib 100. Feels like a good number. I wonder if he thinks so. And a 3rd Paralympic Winter Games for him, having appeared in top 10 finishes in both Sochi and Pyeongchang. Silver in Sochi, a bronze in Pyeongchang in biathlon. The field is away.
Yep, they're all away then in the men's middle distance VI, their last race to get underway here on the 2nd day of the Parabiathlon at Beijing 2022 and these 13th Paralympic Winter Games. Back then to the standings in the women's middle distance VI race. So Walter still from Shishkova. That is Walter, our race leader.
This is the moment, isn't it?
It is, yep. She's seen her advantage just eroded by Shishkova, the more experienced Ukrainian, and she has to stay clear here with the rifle, the German.
Got it. Took a little while longer than she might have liked.
What confident shooting. Honestly, that is so impressive at the age of 18. She hasn't missed a shot here. And going back to the sprint event, just one miss there. Absolutely fantastic. Now then, Shishkova.
Well, she took a little longer with a couple there than she might have liked, but she's very much in contention here as she exits. The checkpoint is off to the left. There's a large blue box, and she'll go past, and we'll get an idea now. 34.11, so 17 seconds down.
Walter quicker to get those 5 targets down, so she's just improved her lead a little here. Shishkova is really going to have to dig in and grit it out to the finish here if she wants another gold medal. Wang, by the way, has positioned herself for the bronze in 3rd place for China. Could it be yet another Nordic medal for the host nation here at Zhangjiakou? At the moment, it's Walter from Shishkova. Rechtenwald comes in for her last visit to the range with Kachenko and Yang to follow too.
Shishkova's winning time in the equivalent event 4 years ago, 37.58. Stick with Rechtenwald right now though. Good work. They coaches of Germany have done a great job with Rechtenwald and Walter with their shooting. Rechtenwald not much older than Walter at 20 years of age. And Leonie Walter out on the course. Here she is at 18. Dare she win against Žižkova? It'd be an unbelievable story if she were to pull it off. It's going to be touch and go. How's the stamina?
Yeah, over the last 2 kilometres then, Žižkova has to find 17 seconds, but in between those previous 2 checkpoints, she made up about 15, didn't she, before going into the shooting range. So it really is going to be a battle. Absolutely fascinating, and a grandstand finish set up here to the women's middle distance vision impaired race here at the Beijing Winter Paralympic Games. Second day of the Biathlon competition.
Well, you really only hope for these kind of finishes. It's going to be fascinating to see whether Walter can hold on. And just any moment we should see Žižkova ski into view. But Walter can only concentrate on the job at hand. That's do what the guide says. Dig deep, deeper than she's ever dug before in her young career.
Žižkova had 30 seconds on Walter at the end of the sprint race, but then it was Žižkova shooting clear, and Walter had to do a penalty loop. As we return to the range and see what Yang can do with a gun. And better late than never. She gets a clean shoot on her final visit. So that will give her a better run in, really, but the damage has been done earlier. Still, we ride with our race leader from Germany, the bronze medalist in the sprint event, guided by Pirmin Strecker. At just 18.
Well, they know she's so close to something famous here. The coaches course side are giving it their everything, as surely Walter is as well.
It would be huge, wouldn't it, if she can find what's needed to get past Žižkova in the final shake-up. Germany have medals here already in the Nordic events, but not a gold thus far. Is that all about to change?
83, Wang Yue sitting in 3rd position behind Walter and Žižkova. Walter really digging in, pushing hard. Not far to go.
Well, it's going to be so tense when we see this reference time. Bottom right being set by Walter, and if Žižkova can hunt it down, that's the real story over the last metres of this race.
Pirmin Strecker, the guide for Walter. He's given it plenty as well. What's he got left? He's had lots of instructions. The strategy for the race has been solid so far, reminding you Walter has not missed a target. And that's put her in a position potentially to win this. She's into the home straight now, Walter. She's really pushing it. What's it to be for Žižkova to chase? Walter down to the line in just under 41 minutes. 40:56.2 to beat.
Now then, what does Žižkova have? All those champion credentials. are called upon here. But what a race run by Leonie Walter, the 18-year-old who has put herself in the frame for a glory gold for Germany. Here comes Šiškova.
6 seconds to get to the line. And she's not quite going to do it.
So close, but she's not there. Šiškova by 3.7, beaten by Walter.
Strecker embraces Walter, guide and athlete, overjoyed at what they've achieved here.
A star is born.
They've displaced a real champion. What an effort.
Frantic finish, that's what we want to see. Just 3.7 seconds in it between Walter and Šiškova when it came down to it. Oh, what shooting and what speed in the racing as well. Šiškova, the queen in the VI, has been displaced.
Šiškova accepting with marvellous grace the outcome.
It's going to be another medal by the looks of things for China too. But oh,
that's a race. You know, we marvelled at the sort of beaming smile with a bronze medal. The cheeks will be pushed further apart by the prospect of a gold medal.
Leonie Marie Walter there and Permin Strecker have produced a race of sheer quality for Germany. It's their first gold medal of these Paralympic Winter Games. 4 silvers and 3 bronzes, but now top of the podium. And a 3rd medal personally for Walter. What a story at just 18.
And Permin Strecker, the guide, must be so proud of her, and all the effort that he's put in to support her, to train with her, and they've done it together. It's such a team effort, and what looks like an individual sport, but it's not. There are your two who've done the job today. Just 3.7 seconds between first and second, Walter and Šiškova. Wang a couple of minutes behind Walter. Stunning race. Go back to the men's.
Yeah, well, that's whet the appetite for a show-stopping finish. Also in the men's VI, racing over the similar middle distance. Another 10K race here with 4 visits to the shooting range. Lukianenko and Siarko after those first 2 visits. Well, it's Lukianenko who's shot clear. Siarko with 1 miss. We're looking now at the German Messinger, who missed 2 on his first visit to the range. So chances rapidly diminishing for another German triumph here.
Now, once he got going, he got it done nicely, Messinger, and he can head out once more on his 3rd lap. Levski shot clear the first time. First slip up.
4 from 5 for Kovalevsky, so he gets going again. The athlete who finished 5th in the sprint event. Kovalevsky there wearing bib at 100. The 99 in behind him. Reshetinsky, well, he shot clear after the first 2 visits, so now it's Kazik, silver medalist in the sprint. An extra 150-metre requirement, please, for Alexander Kazik. That is not an outcome that he would have wanted, particularly after that one miss in his first visit too. So 2 all told, and that makes things a lot more troublesome for Kazik of Ukraine. It's Lukianenko, it's Kovalevsky, and it's Reshetinsky. Lukianenko won the sprint. He was absolutely perfect with the rifle. That was with 2 visits to the range in the sprint distance. He's shot half the targets he needs to aim at here and still hasn't missed a shot.
Lukianenko, guarded by Boris Beba. Some shadows from the trees starting to make their way across the course. 96. Snyarko. 52 seconds down on Lukianenko at the relevant stage. 5 Ks, half race distance.
So, bib 91, that's Dang. But a dreadful second visit to the range. Just upped his misses to 5 after a single miss in the first visit to the shooting range. So 3:48 down, provisional 3rd, but he'll be moving way down the order when others come through that 5K checkpoint.
Yu Shuang in 95 there, and he's missed 3 already.
And Chalençon, the Frenchman, way down the pack, I'm afraid, with 6 misses, 4 at the first, 2 at the second. So Lukianenko leading from the front.
Nico Messinger just negotiating this incline fairly carefully with Robin Wunder, his guide.
Reshetinsky, 45 seconds down at 5K. These vision impaired athletes have 3 individual classifications: B1, B2, B3. So B1 denotes racers who are completely blind or have very low visual acuity, limited sight and or restricted visual field of less than 5 degrees. That gives you a B2 categorization. B3, more sight and or restricted visual field of less than 20 degrees. Lukianenko, race leader, has that B3 categorization, so 100% factored time for him. His race time is the actual time. Clock is not adjusted to account for a significant impairment.
Might have seen in the range that Alexander Kazik in the B1 category, as is Anthony Chalençon of France. They have their eyes completely covered in that B1 classification. There's Lukianenko. The race distance 4 years ago was 12.5 Ks, not 10, so this race significantly shorter.
He hasn't missed a shot yet, Lukianenko. in either of his para-biathlon events here at Zhangjiakou.
Okay, thank you.
Biathletes often pop the trigger finger out of the glove, the index finger, just to get that extra feel. Very important. And otherwise pop it back into the finger of the glove, especially on a cold day. Not an issue today, that's for sure. 6 or 7 degrees at the moment. It's Yako.
Gutted with that, missing with his last shot. Oh, he was there, he was going to be up there fighting with Lukianenko, but now a penalty loop required.
Deng of China, first away, the 22-year-old, chalking up the misses, unfortunately. Well, it's over a kilometre extra he's skiing with those misses, with 150 metres in the loop for each miss, and he's got plenty of them. There's 8. And Reshetinsky, by contrast, what a day he's having.
Yeah, perfect so far with the rifle. His 2 targets on his second visit to the range in the sprint event. And Kovalevsky with 3 misses in that first para-biathlon race here, but just 1 missed target here. So Kovalevsky is going to be in with a fighting chance. Lukianenko still our race leader. 21:12 the time. Kovalevsky 33 seconds away from that at present. They've got another visit to the shooting range to come. As we know, it could all change, but the signs are that Lukianenko has got his eye in and has this race well in control.
Yes, Ukraine sitting 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. Kazakh with a couple of misses just down the standings somewhat. Here's Gil, Pavel Gil, the 23-year-old from Poland. Miss at the first stop, none at the second. It's 12th in the sprint. Goes. A couple of misses there. Nowhere with Kazakh.
2 misses so far for Kazakh. Make that 3.
Well, if it's to be Ukraine, it won't be Kazakh, not with 4 misses in total. But Lukianenko, Kovalevsky and Reshetinsky still in the frame. Yu Shuang of China, just 18, also having a pretty good race.
Well, is this man going to lead home another sweep for Ukraine? They did it in the sprint.
Yes, it was Lukyanenko, Kazakh and Sviatko in the sprint. Looks a bridge too far for Kazakh today. Those 4 misses. Lukyanenko's guy just steps aside for a moment, that being Boris Beba. Now Chalençon, it's not been a good day.
No. It went wrong at the first visit, 4 misses.
Did manage a bronze medal in Pyeongchang in the 15K. He's also dabbled in alpine skiing. That was in Vancouver before progressing to biathlon.
Round for his final 5 shots, Lukyanenko. Perfect with the rifle so far. Simply outstanding shooting from Lukyanenko. Well, that's 30 targets he's aimed at over the 2 biathlon races in which he's competed here, the sprint here in the middle distance, and he hasn't missed a single one. Now that is a double gold medal form if ever you saw it.
Well, he's totally refined that skill of finding the target, stilling the chest, and well, it's going to get it done most days, isn't it, when 20 out of 20, particularly with his speed across the snow. So Lukyanenko, just 1 lap between him and a second gold at these Paralympic Winter Games. In comes Sviatko.
Yep, this to hold on to second and silver.
Well
Good
done.
shooting. We're looking at a Ukraine 1 and 2, perhaps 1, 2 and 3 here again in the men's VI. They did it in the sprint.
Kovalevsky looking to maybe join the party here. Kovalevsky's only missed the 1. Goodness, that's all right for Ukraine. do like a medal sweep and might be able to do it again.
There have been 2 from the Ukrainians already in Parabiathlon here in the men's 6K, the women's 10K, which happened a little earlier. Bui, Koronova and Lyashenko. Could be another fantastic day in the Zhangjiakou Mountains for the Ukrainian Para-Nordic squad. Absolutely brilliant in the range so far. Lukyanenko, Kovalevsky, Reshtinsky and Siarko, the top 4 at present, with you, and then Messinger, Dang, Kazik, Gil and Chalençon.
Dang fairly well down the standings with those 8 misses so far. Wish him better luck on the last visit here.
Well, that's a shame. Dang has missed over half his targets in this middle distance para-biathlon race. So just has to put it behind him and plough on. Lukyanenko has led wire to wire here. He heads another Ukrainian potential sweep. Kovalevsky and Reshtinsky 2 and 3 at present. Siarko moving up, by the way, despite his 2 misses.
Yeah, shot clear at the last stop, Siarko. Not too much should go wrong between here and the line for Lukyanenko. Must be relying on some good guiding from Boris Babar, and should be able to finish the job.
Well, what a career he's had, and how he's maintained the level of success at 43 now. Vitaly Lukyanenko been winning gold medals at Paralympic Winter Games since 2006 in Torino, and then continued the run at the men's 3-kilometre pursuit in Vancouver, and then the 12.5 and the 7.5 in Sochi, and then the 15K individual and the sprint as well in Pyeongchang. World champion as well. He has excelled in cross-country too, but it is the para-biathlon which really brings the best out of Vitaly Lukyanenko of Ukraine. Pretty much a faultless race, and no one can hold a candle to him here, not even his own Ukrainian teammates.
So down to the line he'll come, Lukyanenko. Already a gold medalist in the sprint. Just racking up the victories year after year, games after games. And he'll come across in 34 minutes and 12.7 seconds. And will not be beaten with that time.
Paralympic Winter Games gold number 8 for Vitaly Lukyanenko. And he was absolutely magnificent. Quick on the course, faultless in the range, hasn't missed a target at all in either of his 2 races that have yielded 2 gold medals. Lukyanenko, the king of the middle distance VI.
Lukyanenko, Kovalevsky and Reshtinsky between them, 1 target missed. Chalençon and Alexander Pouillet out there on the course still. Quite different story for him in the range. Athletes keeping to the left of the course along this section. Might be finding the going a bit friendlier there. Siarko coming down to the line. He's well outside Lukyanenko's time, of course, of 34.12.7, but 35.30.9. And provisionally second, Siarko. Kovalevsky and Reshtinsky to come.
Well, it's just a case of who from Well, first 4 Ukrainians, he's going to miss out on the medal. So 35.30.9 is now the target for Kovalevsky and Reshetinsky, with Kazakh silver medalist in the sprint way out of contention.
Around the bend and into the straight comes Anatoly Kovalevsky. This last little friendly downhill section. Not so friendly rise into the straight, but with the momentum to take it comfortably and bring it home again for Ukraine. Meantime, Yu, 2:48 outside. He's got third, but maybe not for long. Kovalevsky
going to move into second.
Push Schwarko out of that position.
So Lukianenko won, Kovalevsky in second place, 44.6 down. And Siarko 1:18 behind Lukianenko's time in third. We've still got Reshetinsky to finish. So it is going to be another Ukrainian sweep of the medals. And doesn't quite manage it, Reshetinsky. So 17 seconds behind Siarko. But another fantastic performance across the board from these Ukrainian para-biathletes. Lukianenko, Kovalevsky and Siarko.
So a second bronze medal for Siarko. Second goal for Lukianenko, and Kovalevsky pushes his way into a medal position, 44.6 seconds behind Lukianenko.
Yep, slight rearrangements, but the Ukrainians have swept it again. 1, 2 and 3 in the sprint, 1, 2 and 3 in the middle distance. They absolutely power through the competition in the men's vision impaired races. Lukianenko gets yet another Paralympic Winter Games gold medal, his 8th.
Coming through now, Nico Messinger of Germany. 39.27, some 5:14 behind Lukianenko. Well, just to say, Lukianenko doesn't look like he'd blow out a candle at the moment. He's totally recomposed.
And what consistency at age 43. Lukianenko still doing it. He's got everything. He's got the power, he's got the stamina, and the ability to just calm it all down when necessary in the shooting range. Cool as a cucumber, Vitaly Lukianenko. And magnificent moments for Ukraine again. It's their 3rd sweep of a medal event here in the biathlon. Second, of course, in the men's VI after the 1, 2 and 3 in the sprint.
Kovalevsky comes over and congratulates both Lukianenko and his guide. Babar. And we go back out and catch up with Dang Hisong. Not far to finish now for him, after a difficult day, really, with 11 missed targets. And that's a kilometre and a half on top of the 10 that he's had to ski.
Yeah, no indication that that was going to happen, because he was not bad at all in the sprint.
He's the guide in the shorts. That's how warm it is today. Genuine spring skiing. But bringing it home with every effort. And with the crowd cheering him all the way. Certainly giving it his best. Even if his best today wasn't good enough.
Yeah, with the rifle. That's where it all went wrong, really, for Dang. But gets a finish, and that's a big deal. Kazik, who won the silver for Ukraine, way down the order, and won the silver in the sprint.
That is the first time I've seen an athlete or guide, at these games at least, in the shorts. But here we are, 6 or 7 degrees. A sunny day it is for these men. At least here for now.
Pop, 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 pop,
Kazik
pop,
blowing hard towards the end of this race. Just hasn't had the success he enjoyed over the shorter distance, but comes in for the finish.
Yeah, 5 targets missed. 750 extra metres. If it was something a bit more than that, it's a long way down. Lukianenko's time is going to remain unchallenged. 34.12. Kazik nudging up towards 37 minutes.
Yeah, finishing outside the times of his compatriots here. This time around, Kazik gets a finish of 5th, so he will finish last of the Ukrainians, almost having a battle in amongst themselves. The Ukrainian quintet in this race, pushing you down into 6th place, and then Messinger and Dang. What a fabulous performance again from Team Ukraine. Gill is going to get a finish, 3 missed targets. From here, his 4 visits to the range. Didn't see too much of him during the race, but powering on for a finish here. It's over 11 minutes behind Lukianenko, and absolutely spent, of course he is, as we wait as well for the finish of Chalençon of France.
Yeah, the Frenchman, the last man out there. He's had a terrible day. He missed all 5 targets at his last visit, so 12 missed in all for Chalençon. That's just a bad news story for the Frenchman, unfortunately. Might be a little bit of time now waiting for him to come through, but we can tell you Lukianenko, Kovalevsky and Suarko of Ukraine. 1, 2, 3. Here he is, Chalençon. Determined, understandably, to finish the race. Does finally grab the stock tip of his guide, Alexandra Pouye. I mentioned he, in Vancouver, had a go at alpine skiing, had a couple of DNFs. But that's not uncommon.
So, coming home finally for the French. It's Chalençon and his guide, Brice Othanello.
Well, it will be another race completed, though, and that is an achievement in itself, even if things go badly. As you've been able to see on the wider shots around the course, the snow has disappeared from the surrounding areas. And what they'll try to do with the snow that's left on the course when the games are done and everyone's left is capture the water from the melting snow. Because this is a water-deprived area of China, and true to the commitment of a Green Games, they'll try and take care of it and make best use of it. A few of the local spectators hanging on to greet Chalençon, the final competitor out in the vision impaired 10K for the men. Will complete the day's racing. It's been a busy day of biathlon. Some intriguing racing. And he is given a warm greeting. Great to see and hear that.
Yep, Chalençon over the line then. .43.13, so just outside the time of Dang for a finish of 9th. And that concludes the racing on day 2 of the Para-Biathlon Beijing 2022.
Should have a couple of recognition ceremonies for you in the coming minutes. They should be good fun, but it is Vitaly Lukyanenko of Ukraine taking out the middle distance vision impaired category from his teammates Anatoly Kovalevsky and Dmytro Suyako.
Maybe need a text that I should probably ring for you.
And the women's results, stunning finish it was. How close was it? Well, 3.7 seconds only between Volta of Germany and Shishkova of Ukraine. Wang Yue of China in 3rd. A little wave from our silver medalist Shishkova, but nonetheless looks a bit disappointed that she couldn't do it one more time. So the crowd greets Volta, Shishkova and Wang for the recognition ceremony. There won't be any removing of that smile for a while.
Real power finish as well by Wang Yue to get into the bronze medal position too. Another spectacular medal event for host nation China. 22-year-old Wang Yue then wins third. Li Yilan as well. The guys more than did her bit.
So Shishkova had a couple of misses, uncharacteristic, those coming in the second shoot. Came ever so close to running down Volta, but couldn't quite do it, and the 18-year-old has held on. She describes herself as being quite an ambitious person. She's delivered on that ambition very early, with Permin Strecker guiding her to the victory. From Freiburg. Back to the books, I suppose, when the games are over. Continued the studies. But hasn't she got some stories to tell her fellow students about her time in China and Zhangjiakou? Not done yet.
Just brilliant. 2 bronzes and now a gold. And Shishkova, she just couldn't do the golden triple. But more racing to be done for these athletes who compete in para cross country as well. Still plenty more racing before the programme is done and dusted here at Zhangjiakou. Podium sweep number 3 for Ukraine in the para biathlon. here at Beijing 2022. How good is that? They'd already done it in the 6K VI. Done it again here in the middle distance racing.
They're far and away the dominant nation on the biathlon medal table. I'm hoping and perhaps expecting to do well, but coming good with those expectations is another thing altogether. You have to execute after all the planning. Managed to master quite challenging conditions at times. Skies are blue, sure, but the snow is not perfect. They've made the right adjustments. Just want them to spread out a little. Stage manage this little moment of recognition.
Well, he did it again. Siako, bronze in the 6K, bronze again in the 10K here for Ukraine. Getting in on the act, Kovalevsky and his guide Alexander Mukshin, silver medalist, but the king in the VI category for Ukraine. Well, his name is Vitaly Lukyanenko. Boris Baba, the guide. Lukyanenko has absolutely powered to another victory. Hasn't missed a target here in either event at Beijing 2022, and Ukraine with the 1, 2 and 3 a few hours after Bui, Koronova and Lyashenko did it in the women's 10K race. It's Ukraine with another glory performance at Zhangjiakou.
Well, after victories in Turin, Vancouver, Sochi and Pyeongchang, he just continues to back them up, Lukyanenko, and when he doesn't miss, and he cashes in. He's an absolute master of that skill of finding the target. Gives him a decided advantage over the rest of the field. And he's quick. Reshetynski also was 20 out of 20, but it's Lukyanenko's day again.
Peace for Ukraine.
Ukraine have roared past China to the top of the medals table in the Para-Nordic events here at Beijing 2022. What a way to end the day. Just one more day of para-biathlon races to come here at these 13th Paralympic Winter Games.
Well, it's been a brilliant day of racing. Sometimes races give you a little window into the future, and maybe we saw that with the victory of Leonie Volter, somehow holding on for that vision impaired victory for Germany. That was a sweet moment, an uplifting one. And then Mark Arendts and Vitaly Lukyanenko, maybe those victories a bit more expected, but special in their own way, and terrific entertainment.
Absolutely. And what about Ukraine? 2 medal sweeps off the podium in the 10K races, men and women here. Fantastic day's racing, and just one more day of Parabiathlon to come.
And we've got cross country as well. Still much to look forward to, and we really hope we have your company again at Zhangjiakou. For the moment, though, it's goodbye.